the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Jordan. Here's your flash briefing for the week of December 15th. City Council will meet for a regular session Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers in City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watch live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. A reminder to Jackson County taxpayers, Lee Summit City Hall is no longer able to process tax payments, print receipts, or create waivers. Taxpayers are advised to visit a Jackson County location or pay online at jacksongov.org. The city is hiring an Assistant Director of Plan Services. This role assists in the administration and coordination of all activities in the Development Services Department. Apply today at lspeople.net. And Lee Summit Parks and Recreation's annual Skate with Santa is back December 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Summit Ice. Bring the whole family and skate the night away under twinkling lights, then sip on hot cocoa afterward. Learn more at lsparks.net. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
I'm like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well then we found a support person and they responded immediately and we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
I have always volunteered in the community and I was always really involved, but then I ran for school board. Whenever I got done with my term, I just felt like I had more to give. It's always been my goal from day one is to get everyone in the community connected and working together, and I always called it a spirit of community. Well, mayor's 24/7 and I have a job. I've had to work really hard at compartmentalizing, is what I call it. So during this time I'm going to do work, during this time I'm going to be mayor, even though I can get a call at any moment about mayor stuff. And so I've had to even work that much harder at setting aside time for myself or for family. So I like to exercise, I like to work out. Hillary's my wife, she actually goes to work out with me as well. And we do like to go downtown to the shops. We make sure we maximize our time together. I mean, I've got 2 kids as well, and we spend a lot of time with them, or whatever time they will give us these days. And I have a dog. I think most people kind of know me know I have to have a dog. We have so much development going on, and we're growing fairly quickly, so we have a lot of infrastructure needs, and sometimes we have gaps in infrastructure, and we've always managed to get by, but with this kind of growth, we're really having to be creative and look at our options and just have a good plan for water, sewer, roads, and more. If we want to grow the most healthy way, we need a diverse economy. We do have a lot of retail that's opened up here, and there's been new construction for retail. We really need to focus in the future on bringing some, well-paying jobs here, good, strong employers that want to be located in this incredible community of now 101,000 people. A lot of our workforce does commute to work still, so they leave Lee Summit to go to work, and it'd be nice if we could keep some of those citizens right here in our community. The times I feel most proud are actually when I'm in the community and I see the community come together.
We have Buddy in the house. Mr. Mayor!
The tree lighting is always very fun. I always feel very proud. It's just a great warm feeling. The same thing goes for when the council will do something and we come together and make a good decision together. There's been a few of those that you go home feeling like a winner. And one of them was when we put together the downtown farmers market, when we bought the land, and it became real, all that hard work. But also the Diversity and Inclusion Commission, that was months and months of discussions and conversations that were really hard to have, and we went ahead and moved forward and as a council all together, and I was very, very proud of that. And there are a few things that the citizens have done that have really helped us tremendously. First, in the middle of a pandemic, they passed a use tax, which is a way for us to collect sales tax whenever someone purchases online. That helps shore up our revenues so that we can continue to provide as high quality services that our city provides. And it helps us take care of our employees, it helps us with our public safety and more. So I can't be more thankful to the citizens for that. Lee Summit has the opportunity to have a major impact on the economy in the Kansas City area. We already, as an economy, are rolling along with such a high median income. We have an amazing workforce here that are paying taxes, they're paying property taxes, they're paying sales taxes, they're keeping our economy rolling, and we really are getting the attention of all our neighbors. And I think that what's going to happen is you're going to see the opportunity for us to really get everybody's attention when businesses start moving here, bigger businesses and more so. You should try to find a way to give back to the community, whether it's at the city level, citizen committees, or just participating in some of our community conversations whenever we have those opportunities. It's worth coming out of your shell or taking that leap of faith and just showing up and saying, what can I do or how can I help? The more that we do this together, the more wonderful the community is. Okay, welcome everyone. Would you please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Dear Lord, thank you for this wonderful day. Fill our hearts with your joy and our minds with your wisdom as we make decisions that honor you and bless our community. Amen.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. I am calling to order the City of Lee Summit regular session number 58. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lovell.
Here.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Present.
Councilmember Pryor.
Here.
Councilmember Shields.
Here.
Councilmember Hodges.
Here.
Councilmember Rader.
Present.
Councilmember Funk.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Baird.
Here. All right, first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I have a motion to adopt the agenda by Councilmember Carlisle, second by Councilmember Funk. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
I'm an aye.
Councilmember Lovell's an aye. Thank you, sir.
Aye as well, Mayor.
Councilmember Shields is an aye.
I'm an aye also.
I'm an aye. They're not working. Well, I was snoozing there. I'm in now.
All right. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
I am an aye.
Councilmember Pryor is an aye. Thank you. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes unanimously as well. Thank you. Now is Council Roundtable. These are items of general interest, things going on in the community or in your district. Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So this weekend, there will be the Farmers Market Holiday Mart at Green Street. So hopefully folks will come out and get all their Christmas shopping done. And then also selfies with Santa again at the Lee Summit History Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard the waiting list for the farmers market is like 200 deep now. 200 deep.
To get people in there?
Vendors, applications, 200 waiting list. Is that insane? Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we got a few public hearings tonight, so let's get started with business. I'm going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of Agenda Item 4A. This is a rezoning from R1 to Ag, 1650, 1660, and 1700 Northeast Tudor Road. Engineering Solution LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk.
I do.
Mr. Schlicht.
Ready? Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me this evening is Julie Bredden. She's the owner of the property, so if you have questions I can't answer, she certainly can hop up. So generally, we are northeast corner of Tudor and Todd George. Julia's family's owned a large piece of property, 30-plus acres on the southwest corner of Prairie Lee Lake since the 60s. She grew up there. She has a son that she wants to take it over and live there. And somewhere along the way, we've yet to exactly find the date, 70s or 80s, the property had one of the city's mass zoning changes from agricultural to residential. She's bought a few, or her family has bought a few of these pieces, so they're kind of broken into different parts. And so what she'd like to do is take it all back to ag, back to one lot, basically try to not prevent it from ever being developed, but she has no intentions of it. She wants it to become and stay the piece of property she grew up on that her family can continue to own. So there are a number of, like I say, parcels and spots out there, but generally speaking, it's 1650 Tudor Road, northeast corner. The Ignite comp plan shows that as a residential category 1, so the single family type area, which she has a residence on site that will remain. The zoning map currently shows it as R1 to the south is agricultural, but most of the area around it is single family. I did put a slide in here or two on some of the zoning conversations because at the neighborhood meeting, I was asked off the top of my head to explain the difference between ag and residential. And I made comments to the neighbors that I'd make sure we pointed it out at the public hearings both ways, that there really isn't anything. It's an odd, not typical request, obviously, go from R1 to ag. So we just kind of want to talk through some of the ideas of what it does. So in the ag zoning district, it still allows a very low residential development. It does allow for some additional barns and sheds, but she has no real intent on doing anything farming operations, keep it just as it is. But then in the single family zoning district, again, it just talks about being single family, low density, so similar use and statement. Lot sizes, obviously the lot sizes that she has is 30 plus acres that will remain. R1 would allow much smaller lots, as she has no intention to do. From a zoning perspective, then some of the setbacks get increased with an agricultural, which she's fine with, versus what would be allowed in the R1. Building size from an ag and residential, she's allowed exactly the same size of building. And then generally the uses are the same per the zoning code for an ag and residential. So again, that was just kind of a clarification. I was asked at the meeting and I had to do it off the top of my head, so I told them I'd make sure we put it on record. At the neighborhood meeting, we did have a number of residents from both the west and the east side of it. Most of them were just kind of asking what was going on, fearful that it was going to be a development of some sort, all very happy that it was not, all very happy to keep kind of the open space there as it sets. So with that, we are here for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the city's side, city staff.
Okay, good evening. Adair Bright, Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 15.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 15.
The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R1 to Ag to allow consolidation of the 4 existing parcels. The subject property is located just northeast of the intersection of Todd George Parkway and Northeast Tudor Road. The existing single-family dwelling is also accompanied by 2 accessory structures, and the rezoning is being requested because the R1 district does limit the quantity of accessory garages or sheds to just 1, and they would like to consolidate all of these parcels. No new development is being proposed at this time. The property is currently zoned R1 and surrounded by single-family developments to the west and east. To the south is the Eastern Watershed Pumping Facility, and just north is also Prairie Lake. Per the future land use map and the Ignite Comprehensive Plan, the subject property is shown for low-intensity, low-density, large lot, single-family homes, which the subject proposal does comply with. The neighborhood meeting was held on October 9th, and some of the questions and topics of concern did include the agricultural zoning allowances, chemical uses related to agriculture, and development of the land, which is not being proposed. With the condition of approval outlined here and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the UDO, and I am here for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff or the applicant? Okay, not seeing any. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor or against the application from the public?
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. And also a person who has multiple parcels, but I would never, ever combine a parcel that I have a house on with vacant parcels, knowing what the county would do to me. And I don't think Julia Breeden is being told what is going to happen. I'll start off with the taxes. That's her 13.4 acre parcel that doesn't have a home on it. The taxes, because it's zoned, classified as ag with the county, the taxes are $35.81. If she combines that with her property that has the house on it, that's a 10-acre parcel. It's less acres. The taxes are $5,888.04. If she combines those 4 parcels into one parcel by doing a plat and recording it at the county, once Vincent Bryce gets a hold of that, the parcel viewer's going to change, and then the county's gonna see that residence on that one parcel, and then all of that land is gonna get shifted from ag value to residential value, and her taxes on all of those lots are going to increase by thousands of dollars. Because when we have ag property, we're valued much differently than when we have residential property. I know because I live that every day. I have vacant parcels. Some questions I would like the council to ask. Was this survey in your packet? All I had to do to find that original survey was go to the county records, put in the section 28, township 48, range 29, click the survey button, and bingo, I get that survey from 1998. So there is a preliminary document. That's a very important one. That division took place in 1998. Some of Matthew Schlish's bearings were off by 1 second. He's doing a survey in 2023, 24, 25, and he's only different from that 1998 survey by not degrees, not minutes, by 1 second, and that's on several of the bearings.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fallenwater.
I've got to say some of the questions you guys need to ask.
Well, Ms. Fallenwater...
Where is the legal evidence that the Breeden's 4 parcels were zoned R1? Where's the legal evidence? You're looking at a map that the city put together? A GIS map? And you're saying it's R1 for certain? I don't think so. I think you need something better to tell you that it's R1. You don't do a survey in 1998 and divide a property in 10.0 acres and 13.4 acres for nothing. You do it because you want it to stay ag.
I didn't hear the question.
What is the legal evidence that the Breeden's 4 parcels were zoned R1?
She's wanting to go from R1 to ag.
Right. What's the legal evidence that it was R1 to begin with?
I don't know. What's the legal evidence that I'm...
In 1998, the 23.4 acre parcel was divided into a 10 acre parcel and a 13.4 acre. What would that not be evidence that the Breedens were wanting to maintain ag zoning on those 2 parcels? I'm not at all convinced that these 4 parcels were zoned R1, especially not when the 10 and the 13 when they're 10 and 13 acre parcels.
If they're not R1, are they ag?
Yes.
Well, then she wants to be ag.
Yes.
So
they're already ag.
Well,
what you all want,
sure.
what the city wants is a plat. They want a plat because they want her signature on a dedication of right of way. That's the other thing.
Okay, thank you,
What
Ms.
is the
Fallenweider. We're not
width
gonna do
of
this
the
all night
road?
long. Ms. Fallenweider, we're not going to
If
do this
we
all
look
night.
at the public documents, it says the width of the road is 30 feet. How much land does the city want? We need to know that. How much do they want in that dedication? Do they want 40 feet, so they want 20 feet of hers? Do they want 30 feet of hers? What do they want?
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
You know, I wasn't planning on speaking, but Teresa makes a valid point. You know, the right-of-way for this land will be taken if you replat. So I'm wondering if you guys are willing to get rid of that condemnation for Ms. Breeden, or if this is all just a ploy to take that right-of-way. But more importantly, like what just happened here, public comment is supposed to be unlimited. Now, I know there's got to be a certain, you know, we have to kind of set some standard for it, but to ask the police to come escort Ms. Waldmeyer to her seat, that's inappropriate. No one else is limited. Why should she be? And at least give her more than what we had, give her 5 minutes? Well, you gave her 3. She ran over 2 before you called the police over here. Anyway, I think that's inappropriate. I think we have to have fair standards for every citizen who wants to come speak, and we shouldn't use police muscle to shut a citizen up. All right, that's all.
I shouldn't be punished for getting educated and informed.
Well, listen, there's someone here that's making an application, and they're being dragged through this as if they don't know what they're doing. So there's also the rights of that person and that individual to be protected as well. So that's what we're trying to do.
Informed.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, that's
we're
not
not going to have this conversation this way. And this is why we have to limit this. It's not. This isn't.
Asking the questions that need to be asked, and you're not doing it because it's in your favor. There's conflicts of interest here. It's in.
Do you see? You see why?
I'm okay with it.
I know you are.
Do you think I'm opposed to it? No. I think she's making good points. More importantly, she deserves to be heard.
She has been heard for many years now.
No, you guys are goofing around there laughing.
Believe me, it's not funny. All right, can we move forward with this public hearing? Is there anybody else that would like to speak? All right, thank you. All right, questions from staff, or council, that is, for staff or the applicant. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone that can answer the couple of questions that were asked? Thank you.
So as far as when the property was rezoned, that happened in 1976 by ordinance number 1712. We were able to find that one after the Planning Commission hearing. And as far as any right-of-way, we haven't received the minor plat, but I'm not aware that we are requesting any right-of-way to be dedicated with it.
Michael Park, Director of Public Works. With regard to the right-of-way, we have no capital improvement project in the vicinity of this rezoning application. We've made no request for right-of-way or any other easement be dedicated.
And I believe those were the only 2 questions, unless I missed any of them.
What will the plat show?
Councilmember Pryor, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And then I guess do we need to make sure that the applicant is still comfortable with everything? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I know that Councilmember Pryor just said, asked if the applicant wants to move forward, but does the applicant, Mr. Slish, do you have any further comment?
I do not.
All right. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Lovell, would you please read Bill number 25-247?
I move to advance the second reading, Bill number 25-247, ordinance approving a rezoning from District R1, single-family residential to District Agricultural on approximately 29.95 acres of the land located at 1650, 1660, and 1700 Northeast Tudor Road, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-247 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It goes to second reading unanimously. All right. Next, we're going to move on to another public hearing. I'm going to close the regular session, open the public hearing in the matter of Agenda Item 4B. This is a rezoning from Ag to R1, 3222 Southwest Pryor. Engineering Solutions, LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr. Slish, please.
Good evening. Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me this evening, I have the Dills, who are also the owners of this property. This one, they are requesting to go the other way. So the Dills own the property directly south, 150 Highway and Pryor Road, so kind of the southwest portion of town. Acreage lots along the entire west side, acreage lots along the east side, and then one residential single-family subdivision. They own this parcel. They purchased the acreage directly north of it. And what they're asking to do is they want to break off the front parcel that has a house with it, rezone it to single-family R1. Kevin and his wife are currently redoing the house right now to put it up for sale. And then they would like to retain the back portion for themselves as they own, again, the stuff directly to the south. The site is generally 7.5 acres, again, sitting on the east side. Currently, the Ignite Master Plan shows it as a single-family R1 or Category 1 residential. It's currently zoned agricultural with R1 to the north, agricultural to the east, except for Arbor Walk or Pryor Ridge, Arbor Crossing, number of different names to the east, the single-family subdivision that is continuing to come west. As we showed the development, so this is Pryor Road, this is the entry into the subdivision. This is the house with an existing structure and a couple of little barns that are on site today. And he's, like I say, they're wanting to break off essentially this front 2.5, 3 acres and then retain the back for themselves. This is the view of the front of the property as you're on Pryor Road looking back west. The back portion actually has an access point of a road that was currently or is stubbed into the back of that property, which is currently, again, just a dead end on the other side of the trees is where the property sits. We did have a neighborhood meeting. I think we had one couple show up and essentially just asking the question of why. Again, I think they were very happy to see that the house was going to be remodeled. It was a ranch-style home that had been there for a number of years with very little repair done to it. So they're doing a great job of bringing it back to the market and taking the other ground. So with that, we're here for questions.
All right, thank you. Can we get city staff presentation, please?
right, Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager. Please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 15.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 15.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so the applicant is before us today seeking a rezoning from Ag to R1 on the eastern 2.89 acres of the property located at 3222 Southwest Pryor. The remaining 4.83 acres of the property will retain the original Ag zoning and be combined with the southern property. The applicant does wish to split this property so they could sell off the existing home. There are no changes to the dwellings or site alterations being proposed at this time. Neighboring properties are a mix of Ag, R1, and PMIX, with the Pryor Meadows R1 zone single family to the north. The Pryor Ridge PMIX zone single family subdivision to the east. And then west, we got some R1 zone that's undeveloped, R1 property that's undeveloped. And then just south, we have an existing single family home that is zoned Ag. The proposed R1 zoning is consistent with the neighboring properties and the uses surrounding the particular property. The comprehensive Ignite Plans future land use map does show the particular property as our residential 1 land use category. So the existing single-family home is compatible with that land use category. The applicant did host a neighborhood meeting. As Matt stated, 2 people did attend. They had some questions with regards to the rezoning process. To this date, staff has not received any comments for or against the project itself. So with the condition of approval as outlined here and in the staff letter, the application does meet the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan, as well as the UDO and any requirements, the design and construction manual, and I can answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you. So it looks like there's a few outbuildings on the property, is that right?
Correct.
Would those be considered like grandfathered in or legal nonconforming?
So those would be legal nonconforming.
Okay. Works for me. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or against the application? Please come forward.
Could you leave that up there?
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. So again, questions. It's never stated what the current right-of-way situation is. Is it a prescriptive easement currently, or has there actually been dedicated row, or is this an attempt to get dedicated row? That is what occurred with the property across from me on my street, on my road. They platted a property because it was prescriptive easement on the road. The width of the road was questionable, but when you had a good surveyor who wasn't conflicted come and look at it, he said, looks like 30 feet to me. If you go any bigger, you're going to be taking part of that concrete barn down there. So, you want to know now, because who knows when we're going to see the plat? That's a question I have is, when will we be able to see the plat so we can see what the city took in terms of right-of-way along the road? Because future people will want to know if this is purely an effort to get right-of-way dedicated on a plat. You need their signature to do that. So that becomes a question. You want to know what currently is the situation down there at the road, because the picture that was shown looked like an unimproved road to me. It did not look like there was a ditch along the side. I would question, what is the width of the road? Check with the county. Why can't we get these records? What's the problem with that? Why not be transparent about it? Why be opaque? When is this rezoning gonna go through? Is it only after the plat gets recorded as opposed to Paula Deal? Paula Deal never was able to get a plat recorded, but it sure looks like it was recorded when you look at the parcel viewer or when you look at the city's maps. All looks like it's gone through, but she has no plat. It was an engineer that worked on her plat. Somebody could report him for that because engineers can't do surveys. They can't find boundary lines and put those on a plat. You can't pretend to be a surveyor when you're not a surveyor. So that plat never was recorded. So how did that happen? How did that poof happen to those maps at the county and the maps with the city? Who at the GIS department did that, and what document did they use if there was no plat, and when will we see these plats?
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Okay. I'm going to go back to council. Any additional questions from the council? Could Mr. Park, could you answer the question, what's the current right-of-way situation? Is there an easement or dedicated row or an effort to get a dedicated row?
Michael Park, Director of Public Works. First, I'd like to start by saying the city didn't initiate this application. It was initiated by the property owner, so it wasn't any intent by the city to go and rezone or replat for any intentions as were previously stated in public comment. The right-of-way is established. We have surveyed it. We actually do have a capital improvement project under design along Pryor Road, but it would have been the responsibility of the applicant and their engineer to actually perform survey work to establish where the right-of-way exists. I can't say for certain right now. The project isn't far enough along in design whether or not there will be any types of easements required, whether they be temporary easements or utility easements. But as a part of this application, there's been no condition made that those easements be dedicated. As you can see by the application, they're not changing the use of the property, so the value of whatever easements might be needed isn't changing it in regards to whatever future acquisitions might occur.
Okay. Other questions? Council? All right.
The plat is going to be done, so somebody knows what the width of that's going to be. Somebody knows.
Okay, where are we at? Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Carlisle, would you please read Bill number 25-248?
Thank you, Mayor. I move Bill number 25-248, an ordinance approving a rezoning from District Ag to District R1 on approximately 2.83 acres of land located at 3222 Southwest Pryor Road, all in accordance with Chapter 33 of the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, be second read.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-248 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Does move to second reading unanimously. Thank you. Going to do another public hearing. Going to close the regular session. Open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4C, preliminary development plan, View High Sports Complex, inflatable soccer dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive. Engineering Solution LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Slish, you are just asking for it.
Yes, just running tonight.
Because it's...
This is the way I make my wife happy. I just combine them all together one night.
Okay.
Good evening, Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me on this case, I have the developers, the contractor, representatives from the soccer facility that will be, or the soccer academy that will be using it. And then online, we have the Dome representative, the guru for all questions Dome related. So hopefully we can answer anything you need. Just kind of background on where we are. We came in front of you probably a year ago with a concept to develop a soccer facility or an indoor facility of sports with courts and fields and a whole bunch of things. Generally speaking, Ashurst Drive and View High, southeast corner of Chipman Road, where the new improvements, the new signal went in just to the south of the Summit Church. The request that's come up now is to ask for a modification of height for the PDP to allow us to develop and build a temporary dome structure over the outdoor field, and then a special use permit for that dome facility. This is something that when we were in front of you a year ago wasn't thought of. This is something that we thought an indoor soccer field and outdoor soccer field would be sufficient. As we brought on board the soccer academy, they started to highlight the unique nature that it would create to have two fully utilized or usable fields year-round. And so that's kind of how this conversation started. So just kind of reminding you of where we are. Ignite Comp Plan shows this as a commercial area, kind of up there along that corridor at the northwest kind of side of town. Zoning map, we rezoned this to CP2 with our previous application. Sitting at the southwest corner of our site, kind of looking to the northeast, this is on View High Drive. You can see the existing vegetation of trees along the south side, the west side. There's also on the east side along the subdivision that's directly east of the development. There's a row of existing trees that have been there for years. All of that is intended to remain. Also additional landscaping we put on site as well as along some of those spaces that are on the tree line area. So just kind of a reminder of what the approved plan was, it's a 150,000+ square foot building. It's an indoor facility that houses 12 indoor sport courts that can be versatile between volleyball, basketball, and soccer. It has a full-size indoor FIFA regulated soccer field inside of it. Outdoor, then we had an outdoor full-size regulated FIFA soccer field. We have pickleball courts, and then all of the parking associated with it for the uses internally, which will be the offices, the sports rehab, and the ancillary uses to the kind of that sports idea and pieces of it. So again, as we kind of started working our way through this and started reaching out and found the anchor tenant, which is KC Academy for Soccer, they brought forward this idea of kind of what ifs and ideas of how could we control it. It's because they are going to utilize that outdoor field every day that is 32 degrees and above. There's 340 days in Kansas City that have 32 degrees and above. So as we started to think through it, the pole lights that are out there through the times that we are in now that turn on at 5 and can turn off at 10 p.m. at night, would there be an opportunity to take some of that indoors for a period of time, 16 weeks, from the end of October through March? The idea and the purpose is being that we can control training days, rain days. It also allows the opportunity to bring in bigger sports events, bigger tournaments, more regional draw, even a national draw. So what I'd like to do now is bring up Kansas City Athletics representative to speak to the idea of why they are interested in, they are becoming the anchor tenant of the soccer facility, and then kind of come back and explain more of the dome itself.
Hello, my name is Kenda Childers. I'm the Director of Operations for KC Athletics, and I've been working in the soccer industry for 20 years. I'm a mom of 7. Started in the soccer industry just because I was a mom of 7 and a husband who was a soccer coach. The industry of soccer has grown. Some would say Kansas City as a whole is the soccer capital of the U.S., and Lee Summit has an opportunity by allowing this second field to come to be a part, to jump onto that wagon and really enhance bringing people from around the region, around the even around the country into the Lee Summit area to play the game of soccer on a regular routine basis. Having 2 fields indoor When the weather is bad, if you remember last winter, the weather was horrible. Our children did not get to train outside for 6 straight weeks because we didn't have enough space to go indoor. So having that would allow them to have the opportunity to stay active in a safe environment much longer. Speaking to benefits to Lee Summit, for hosting events, 2 fields allows us to host more events, bring more people from outside of Lee Summit into Lee Summit. That increases your spending in Lee Summit, your hotel nights that are happening in and around the area, and just giving us a larger platform to have more people serviced by the ability to have the 2 fields instead of just the 1 field. Currently, we train with our players all over the city. We have about 2,000 athletes. 25% of those are roughly from the Lee Summit area, more from our surrounding areas on the Missouri side, and being able to increase and centralize where we're training in the winter and even year-round would be a great benefit for our families and your Lee Summit families to be able to stay close to home and still receive high-quality indoor training.
Thank you.
So as we start to look then, as we started thinking through this idea of the benefit of what the dome could bring, is that, like we were talking about, right now, if we had an outdoor soccer training session or a game or practice going on, the high pole lights are lit up. So if you've been by Legacy at nighttime, you're going to see what that effect would feel like. This dome internally would bring in all of that light inside of the facility. It has no light bleed to the outside of it, so essentially it becomes a darker location, a darker spot, as we won't need to use the outdoor lights from November through March. The noise impact is a complete reduction of any noise that would have been on that soccer field is completely reduced. Again, with the dome construction, it will eliminate any of that noise that would have gone on to the neighbors on that side of it. It is just a temporary use. So we had conversations of, we've looked at another building, we've looked at other alternative options as we look at the site, what could be done there. The benefit, we think, is an outdoor field and an indoor field during a majority of the year is great. We love that idea. The idea of building another building and eliminating the outdoor field wasn't a desire. The idea was during those times when it is very difficult to manage weather elements and pieces of it, could we have a facility still to have that field out there? The location of this facility, and I'll show you again, in our opinion, is one of the best locations for this use in the city because it's away from everybody. We're over 300 feet from any residential use. We're 500 foot from any of the commercial uses, and from a roadway perspective, we're 500 and 600 feet from any roadway. Visibility speaking, it'll be reduced, a majority of the reduction will be there. Benefit to the community is, again, as they started talking through these tournaments that can come and the expansion of those, is the hotel nights, the shopping, the dining, the restaurants, the uses and the economic impact that could come, as well as this will become a destination spot. There are very few places that have 1 indoor full-size soccer facility. Having 2 indoor facilities that would be available year-round would be nationally well-known and put Lee Summit on the map for that purpose. So as we talked about as a location of that side of it, this facility on the back side of the subdivision, there are 3 or 4 houses on the westerly side. We're 300 feet to the nearest point of any single-family resident. To the south, it's all vacant agricultural ground with the nearest residential structure. The house is actually up here, that's their barn, is 550 feet away. The church is 475 feet away. This location that we will be is nearly 25 to 30 feet below the grade that is at View High and up on Chipman. So it's recessed down into the ground. So visibility-wise and use-wise, unless you are on Ashurst or looking at very specific angles, will be very limited on the impact from a visitability standpoint, again, for that temporary time that we're utilizing it. This visual, I thought, was provided by the Dome guys, and I thought it provided a good explanation of differences. So right now, the outdoor soccer field can be illuminated by the pole lights. This is what that would look like. In the background, you can see what the Dome does. The Dome eliminates the entirety of that light. This one does have a skylight on the top side of it, but doesn't emit any light out. That's more for daytime use that does allow light in. But this, I thought, provided a good visual of what the difference is between what a field today we could utilize and then what the Dome would provide. We do have one modification request option, if you guys would like, is that when we have presented this at the beginning, 80 feet was the maximum height that we thought we needed for that Dome. After planning commission and heard the comments and discussions on that side of it, we went back to the dome guys and asked them what could be done. And Tom, who's on call, commented during the planning commission meeting that there could be some changes in the pressurization of the internal portion of the dome, which would allow you to reduce the total height. And that's what we're offering as an option. 69 feet is what we could absolutely get down to and still house the indoor soccer field. So your ordinance in front of you says 80, but we're telling you that we could get to 69 feet and still utilize the facility as we're looking at it and wanting to. So what does that 69 feet do? Well, what we've done is on that sight line survey, as you see the dashed line of an 80-foot dome and now the dash or the line of a 69-foot dome. Essentially, from a sight line perspective, if I'm on view high, the proposed building would block the entirety of the dome. So you'd have no visual while you're in front of the dome. Now, obviously, when you're driving on View High Drive, southbound, where there are no developments currently existing, there will be eventually in that commercially lotted area, you'd see the dome. But from a visual perspective, if you're out in front of the building facility, you won't see the dome or maybe the very tip top. If you're in the subdivision, again, looking from a visual perspective and looking through the houses, these 3 or 4 houses that are on this side, and there's a couple on the north side, will obviously have visual through the barrier of the tree line to see it. Anyone inside the subdivision would be blocked by the existing trees and the road, or the existing buildings on that side of it from a visual perspective. Again, potentially seeing the tip top of the dome, but a majority of the dome is obstructed from view. So as we start to look to see what that means, as we start to go through the neighborhood and subdivision, if we're standing on the street looking back, the effective height, again, because that dome is nearly 400 feet from the roadway back, the effective top of that dome visually would be blocked by the trees. If we go to the next set of houses, it's a similar situation. The yellow is to indicate the height of what the dome would be in the distance. As we come down to the end of the cul-de-sac side, you can see the cul-de-sac has come down, or the roadway has come down, and you're starting to get a little higher, again, still being blocked by the trees and the existing houses that are sitting on that roadway. As we come down the street and look to the back, again, you're seeing that dome would be completely blocked by the houses, the trees. Potentially, you're seeing the tip top of that dome at best. If we come to the other side, where you're at the intersection looking back along Ashurst to the west, that dome is located over here to that side of it. So again, visually speaking, what you're going to see from the neighborhood is the upper top, barely, if any of it, on that side of it. Now, if we go into the site where we're talking, so now we're on Ashurst, the subdivision is over here, and we're looking back towards Ashurst. One of the conversations at Planning Commission was we had pictures with trees with leaves on it. So what happens in the winter? Well, this is what happens in the winter. So you can see visually some outlines of houses up on that side. Where we're going to be developing is over here, where the tree mass is much larger and much thicker on that side of it. You can start to see some roof lines and pieces of it, but starts to get blocked. Again, this is the distance we would be away from that neighborhood. So now as we're standing in the field, specifically where the dome would be built and looking back, again, north of Ashurst, you can see some of the houses that are visual through the tree mass where it's not as large, but down in here where the tree mass is existing, you can see we can't even see the existing trees, or I can't even see the existing houses through the trees on those sides. Now the dome will get built, the detention basin gets built, but as we've always talked about, the large mass on the easterly side of the site remains. So even as Planning Commission had commented, what does it look like when there's no leaves on it? This is what it looks like with no leaves on it today. As we sit on Ashurst and look up, the peak of the Summit Church is essentially the same peak height that the dome would be. So from a visual perspective, that height is what the height would be of the dome if you're sitting on Ashurst looking, or on Ashurst looking to the south. This is looking north towards the Summit Church. So some of the noise conversations that we had previously, when we had conversations about pickleball and noise and what would the field do, the main conversation that we wanted to have was the dome is aired by an air handling unit that will be running 24/7. So what we wanted to identify was what would that noise impact be to the neighbors. The air handling unit operates at a 60 decibel max per code, per allowances of the manufacturer. At the property line where the neighbors are, we're going to be at a decibel level of 30. So essentially, if we go back to the idea of the sports conversation we had of like a soccer game going on, we'd be about a 90 decibel it would be at 40. So by installing the dome, we're actually reducing the amount of noise that is impacted to the adjacent neighbors through the process. So we started to have a conversation of what is a dome, because you start to hear temporary, you start to hear dome, you start to wonder what does that mean. But the dome itself is actually designed by a professional engineer to building standards. So the footing is designed, the structure is designed, the interior, the electrical, all of it is designed. So it's not like a temporary tent you'll see at a fireworks stand. It's actually a building system. The air handling unit is designed to handle 100%, 120% of the required air supply. What does that mean? If somebody comes in and stabs a hole in the side of the dome doesn't automatically deflate, right? It has enough pressure and power to keep that dome lifted and open. We've asked Tom this question before. You can probably ask him today too. How big a hole? I don't know, but Tom says you can put a pretty big hole in the side of it, and you're never going to have this dome just deflate as something you think of falling on somebody as you're sitting there. Each of the domes are set up with a backup power and fan system to maintain the dome. So should something happen to power, should something happen to the system, this system is designed to keep the safety of the fans, the people, the participants internally safe, as that dome won't just collapse. During an emergency situation, there's actually a design requirement that doesn't allow the dome to completely deflate and fall down. It requires that the dome stays elevated enough that anybody inside can emergency access and get out of the facility for a period of time. One conversation about the bad weather. There's bad weather sensors on this dome. So should it become snow loaded or become cold or iced up, the dome will actually change its pressure system, become more rigid, and start to shield off the snow. Starts to become super windy, the dome again will sense that and start to identify and increase the pressure in it and control how this dome responds so it doesn't become a big waving flag out there. All of this just to say the dome isn't something that is just an afterthought. The dome is a system that is built to professional standards that will handle and utilize everything that comes at it, and then also provide an opportunity for, again, a temporary period of time to utilize the fields. So just from a perspective, I was kind of interested when I saw the process just to see how it goes together. The dome is essentially put up in about a week. So there's a series of different essentially sections that are put together, hand rolled out, and then essentially they are stitched together. So they're all bolted and pieced together at every one of the joints along the entire spot, along the door and the rigid frames, and they're bolted into the system. This would be your option of what the air handling system, the generator, and the heater look like, so you'll have some sort of a facility near there. So as we start to look around site, at the area of Kansas City, what's out there? Are there any of these there? There's not one that houses a soccer field in the area. There's not many of these in the entire country that hold a soccer field in the south or in the central part. Northern states do have a few more of them. But as we start to look, this is the Westwood Woodside Tennis Club. So this is their tennis courts that are during the normal days and operations opened up during the winter months, then they will come and dome them up. Directly adjacent to residential, directly adjacent to the street. Again, not of the height of ours, obviously, but because it is sitting on top of the street, it has a much more impactful feel. As we start to look, this is Volleyball Beach down in Martin City. So again, during the winter months, they'll close in that back side of the field or of their sand volleyball courts. We have pictures and visuals of that side of it. The building starts to block portions of that dome as you start to see that side of it, just from a visual perspective of the distance you get away from it, of how much you actually see. Kansas City Country Club, again, some tennis court changes. Hallbrook Country Club, again, just to illustrate the fact that there are some very nice residential areas across this city that utilize the dome as a temporary means to allow their residents an opportunity to work out during the winter months. Mission Hills Country Club, again, an internal tennis court facility on the inside. Elite Tennis, and then I actually brought this picture in just to see it, is Elite Tennis is directly across from a multifamily development. Less than 100 feet out the back door of those buildings as you're seeing that dome. And again, we're over 300 feet to the nearest person that we've seen in any area, but in Overland Park, that's what they have. So we did hold a neighborhood meeting. A number of the conversations in the neighborhood meeting were related to the overall project. Some of them were new to the discussion of the project and wanted to understand what the use was, and had the conversations about traffic and the sports facility overall, and so we kind of worked our way through that approval was already there, that this approval is specifically for one, a modification to the height allowance, and two, for a special use permit to allow the dome to be operational basically from November to the 1st of March. We had some conversations in there about the air handling unit for noise, views from the residential houses, and what happens on the dome if it becomes deflated. So I think there's a number of them here that can speak to other questions they might have, but generally speaking, I think that covers what they had. So with that, we're here for questions.
All right, thank you. We'll hear the city staff presentation.
Okay, before I begin, I did just want to note that staff will be doing one singular presentation for both the PDP and the SUP, but we will still be holding 2 hearings, and then we will just enter the exhibits accordingly. So, Adair Bright, Senior Planner for PL 2025-249, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 17.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 17.
Earlier this year, the rezoning and the PDP for View High Sports Complex at 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive was approved, and that PDP did propose that the outdoor soccer fields and the pickleball courts remain uncovered. The applicant came to us a couple of months ago and expressed that desire to cover up those fields, so this is how we're before you this evening. The focus is the PDP and the SUP request for the inflatable dome, seeing as everything else was previously approved. That seasonal dome would cover the outdoor soccer field shown in the yellow hatching from October 31st to March 1st on an annual basis. The PDP is being triggered because of the increased height and the increased lot coverage, which are both considered a substantial change per our UDO. And the SUP is necessitated because the UDO states that uses and accessory structures not identified within the UDO shall require a special use permit approval. The applicant is requesting the SUP be approved for 20 years. However, staff is recommending a 5-year initial approval period since we are unfamiliar with the structure. The property is zoned CP2, and that zoning does allow for the recreation facility with one condition as outlined in the UDO, which the development does comply with. Properties to the north and south are zoned ag and include the Summit Church to the north and a single-family residence to the south. The property to the east is zone R1 and encompasses the Edgewood Trail subdivision, and to the west across Northwest View High Drive is Kansas City city limits. The future land use map designates the subject property as commercial, and the development supports the quality of life focus area by offering programming centered around health and wellness. The proposed inflatable dome would cover that area shown with the yellow hatching, which is approximately 53,500 square feet, and would be installed and used from October 31st to March 1st. Due to the proposed addition of the dome, the applicant would also be extending the fire lane along that southern edge to provide access. The dome itself is proposed to be made of white vinyl double-walled fabric and would be 80 feet tall at its apex. When it comes to measuring building height, the UDO identifies 3 different ways listed here as A, B, and C, all of which are relative to the roof type on the structure. The UDO does not cover structures such as domes, which don't have a clear differentiation between walls and the roof. And since this is more of a unique circumstance, we did research some other cities with the inflatable domes just to see how our definitions compared and how their height is measured. So the code language here is from Overland Park, stating that the building height is simply the vertical distance from the average ground level to the highest point of the building, with the exception just being residential structures. The image is from the Monolithic Dome Institute and shows the dome height being the measurement of the apex. Other inflatable domes within the Kansas City area are seen over tennis or volleyball courts, and since the sport court is smaller, the dome itself is not required to be as tall. As far as all of the other cities mentioned, those are either predating their code or they do have exceptions built into their code, or they're just simply within the height maximums because they're over a smaller sport court. Due to the dome height being proposed at 80 feet tall, the applicant is requesting that modification through the PDP Staff is not supportive of the request due to the proximity to the residential and the overall lack of screening that can be done to mitigate that visual impact. The neighborhood meeting was held on October 14th, and the applicant had reported that questions and topics of concern really did center around the dome, the color, the noise, the proximity. Planning Commission held a public hearing on November 13th, and comments and questions mimic those heard at the neighborhood meeting. They did ultimately recommend both the PDP and the SUP for denial. If recommended for approval, staff would recommend that the conditions on the screen be associated with each application, and I am here for any question that you guys may have.
Okay, questions for staff or the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Thank you. So I guess you, as staff, assess the SUP and the actual dome itself separately, because you're saying you recommend denial of the height exception, but you would recommend approval of a 5-year SUP?
So if approved, we would recommend the conditions on the screen. The conditions do allow for that height to be at 80 feet tall. That could always be amended based off of what the applicant did present. Staff is not supportive of the modification, but if it was to move forward, we would just recommend that condition to allow that exception in there. And then for the SUP approval, if you guys would choose to move that forward and approve that, then we did recommend the 5-year approval period, just because we're unfamiliar with the
staff actually approve the SUP, or like recommend approval of the SUP, or are you just saying if you want to do an SUP, we recommend 5 years?
If you would like to do the SUP, we would recommend 5 years.
Okay. This might be a question for legal staff. What are kind of the grounds for approval or denial of this type of application? Like, what factors do we take into account for that? Do we have any legal staff today? Because, like, depending on what we're not planning commission. We can do what we want. That's what I hear. No, I'm just trying to put in my head, like, this hearing is about the PDP, and like, what are the factors for approving or denying a PDP?
I believe there are 18 factors, if memory serves me right, and I will find those.
Okay, that's okay. I don't need I'm just trying to wrap my head around what to take into account when I'm evaluating this. Let's see. And then as far as the noise mitigation, do you agree with the assessment that the noise levels wouldn't be problematic at the neighboring properties?
Based off of the equation that was provided, I would concur that it would probably be solved, but without actually having it up and running, it's hard to tell exactly what would happen.
That's part of why you would recommend like the 5 years, so that
Yeah, just so that we could reassess it after that time.
Yeah, okay. And then I guess to the applicant, you know, I had a whole set of questions. You answered a lot of them during the presentation about, you know, why this wasn't in the original application and the noise impact and the sight lines and the level of screening, all that. So that was really helpful. As far as the financial impact or like the feasibility of running this site, like if you don't have this dome, does this still work? Like it sounds like originally they thought that this business model would work, and then they started partnering with the sports association, said, well, actually it'd work better with the domes. Like how much harder is it to operate the business without this?
So I'll let the developer come up and talk through the financial side of it. I think I would say from a process standpoint, what this gives and what the Kansas City Athletics kind of brought forward as an opportunity is the fact that this changes some of the vision, I think, that was there originally. The idea is that it was going to work as a soccer facility with multi-use. Once they started identifying how big of an impact soccer could be, and then how big of an impact having a controllable two-field system, it changes the dynamic, I think, from a economic standpoint. You know, so as you say it kind of just changes the whole model side of it.
I'm sort of curious both about the impact to their business and then also the impact to the community in terms of the tourism impact, basically.
Yeah.
So can you speak a little, like you basically said, like it would be more hotel nights and stuff, but have you modeled out like what the overall impact to the business and to the community would be?
Justin, BB3D Builders. So I think I'll run through a few things. So I think the overall benefits, I'll start with the community and then the benefits to us. So the benefits to the community are going to be the reputational benefit to Lee Summit from this unique asset. There's going to be a quality of life benefit to the 25% of the club that are residents of Lee Summit through the centralization of the training, and then the economic benefit. So the centralization of training, so KC Athletics actually has training facilities in Olathe, Overland Park, Raytown, Lee Summit, Independence, and then several in the Northland. So this dome would allow for an additional 400 players per night to be able to practice in Lee Summit. So that would allow them to significantly increase the centralization of their training, which would mean those residents from those other municipalities would then be traveling into Lee Summit multiple nights per week during that 16 weeks, which should equate to an increase in economic activity. The other benefits are, KCA, which is one of the largest clubs in the Midwest. They're a top 25 club in the country, and they've sent 2 teams to the Elite 8 the last 2 years in a row. They host a significant amount of elite level showcase tournaments, and I think they've expressed to us that having 2 fields provides them a significant opportunity to improve the quality of those showcases, and they said they could have up to an additional 15 teams for those 11v11 showcases, which are teams that are coming from all around the country to participate in those. So given the average team size for those, that should equate to between 750 and 1,000 additional sports tourists in Lee Summit, so somewhere around 400 hotel nights per event. I think during that 16-week period, they're planning to, I think the plan is 2 of those showcase tournaments, 3 to 4 what we'll call regional tournaments, and then an 8-week winter league. So those, the extended capacity from those regional tournaments would be about 24 teams on a 7v7 platform, and if they go to the small-sided 5v5, that's an additional 64 teams. So you're looking at somewhere between 850 and 1,500 guests, depending on which type of event it is, and somewhere between 300 and 500 hotel nights per event. Their winter league consists of teams from Omaha, Des Moines, Wichita, and Springfield. So further centralizing those at our facility would also bring those tourists into Lee Summit. So that's where the economic impact comes from. Now, as far as to answer your second question, the benefit to us is that as we've worked through the process, the bank financing piece of this, they're wanting to see long-term, that's greater than 5 years, because that's the term of the loan, third-party leases that exceed that. So as we were working through that, the demand for the indoor soccer was significantly more than we had anticipated, and the large tournaments on the basketball and volleyball side, those tournament organizers typically only do a 3-year term, so we're not able to qualify those leases under our bank terms. So adding this, there's a significant difference between the rate on the outdoor field and a covered field, and so being able to execute a long-term lease, even temporarily over that outdoor field, significantly improves our the outlook on the bank financing.
So does the project move forward without this still, or is that up in the air at this point?
Questionable.
Okay. And it sounds like if some of the region that you're working with, Omaha, Des Moines, those are not cities that would have great outdoor winter options. So maybe it's you're even more competitive for landing those tournaments because there's not a lot of facilities like this that would have kind of options.
I think that's correct, but I think the KCA representatives could probably speak better than I can to the environment, the soccer environment, the elite level, the club training and tournaments.
Okay.
So I don't know. Do you want me to have them come up here? Or?
Sure. If you have anything to add.
Springfield does not have an indoor complex. Des Moines does have one indoor field. Omaha has a small indoor field as well, but no one has the capability for 2 within our little Midwest area that I know of.
Okay, thank you. So then this is maybe a Mr. Dining question or a Mr. Head question. When I was asking about the criteria that we can take into account, something like how the developers perform so far in terms of city permits and things like that, is that something to take into account in this type of hearing?
Not necessarily. I found the 18 criteria. I'd be happy to pull that up and or email that.
Or can Mr. Head answer, like, is that the sort of criteria that comes into this? Because I don't want to bring in facts that aren't appropriate to the hearing.
Generally, the criteria has to be based upon the character of the development, not necessarily the character of the developer.
Okay. It's like a PDP, somebody else could execute on it. We're not.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I think that answers all my questions then. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions for the applicant. Okay. Would it be advantageous to have another color that was more fitting with the landscape than white? I mean, would it be less obtrusive?
We are open to any color options. We've offered that to the neighbors in the discussion and Planning Commission the same way. There are, and Tom's online, who's the dome guy, can talk through it. There aren't a lot of places that do different colors. White is generally the one that everybody's selected, he said at the Planning Commission meeting. But yeah, if that is an option or discussion that you guys would like to have, we certainly can find a color. I don't know that one shields any better than the other is the short answer.
Okay, so there wasn't really any research as far as like how a color would impact the landscape in a negative or positive way? Because white is pretty, white.
Stark, yeah.
Yeah.
So we did, like I said, we looked into the idea that there are other colors. We pursued the discussion of, does anyone have interest in looking at other colors? The one thing with staff we talked about was no signage on the dome to try to draw your attention to it. But the opinion of the dome personnel and ourselves is that white is kind of just the typical one that everybody selects to use.
Okay, and then what about additional trees? I mean, I know you're 300, you said you're 310 feet away, but there's a little place where there's not very many trees. So maybe there's houses that can see back through there a little bit better. So maybe what about that? Maybe putting in some additional trees there to block.
Yes, we are open to we've offered that to the residents and to staff, even as staff worked hard to come up with a discussion on this item. We said we're open to more. The issue is that it's a line of sight kind of conversation. So a lot of the trees that are along the existing property line are 30 and 40 feet tall. So there isn't anything obviously you can plant to immediately get to that height or get to that level. But again, if additional trees or landscaping are their purview of the council to do, we're happy to add more landscaping to it to try to soften it, or to bring up trees and plantings near the field is fine as well. We're trying to work through it. When staff and our discussion kind of went down the landscaping, it was that right there of that impact is available down the road, but doesn't necessarily solve the day impact of
Not
now.
the immediate, but
Yes.
could over
Yeah.
time,
But-
and you're amicable.
But we're open to the discussion of increasing landscaping, yes.
And then on the lighting, so when the dome is up, the October 31st through March 1st-ish, there's no exterior light. Are there still the exterior lights around the other?
Yeah,
All the lights are in the dome.
The field lights would be gone. There would be some exterior parking lot lighting that would still be on.
Okay.
There'll be some lighting at the doorways to the dome just to illustrate the entries. But the pole lights would be off during that time, and that's one of the benefits we thought was there, is that during the heaviest pole light use time, this time of year, those would be off and inside the dome.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. I think for city staff, just a clarification, and I may have missed something, I was taking some notes. So staff is not supportive of the 80-foot or the modification of 69-foot?
Staff has not evaluated this request at a 69-foot height maximum. At the 80-foot, we are not supportive of that one.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Bright? Sorry. Is this the way the letter that staff wrote, staff report, thank you. Basically, it has to do with aesthetics. That's the reason for denial?
The aesthetics and just the impact, and we don't really have a precedent for anything like this. We've never reviewed one before.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. All right, any other questions before I go to public comment? Yes, Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you come back? Could you possibly pull up like a topography map of this area? Height within CP2 district is 40 feet. And so even at the 69 feet, this would still be taller than that, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see if this switches. Would be here. And this is the existing topography. This doesn't include any kind of grading that the applicant would do as part of the development.
So it looks like the homes are about between 926 to 930, and where this would be developed is about 920 to 922. So they're really about level, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slish, can you, you're depicting this, I don't know, it didn't seem level, but the topo that she just pulled up it looked like it was level straight across, so can you make some
Generally,
sense of
yeah,
this?
so generally speaking, so it depends on where you go. So up in this range, you're near the same elevation as what we'll have at the field elevation once it's constructed. So the building itself, it comes downhill almost, 40 feet, 50 feet in grade change from west to east. This portion of the building will actually be excavated down into the ground about 14 feet down into the ground to build it. So the current building that we're building, I think, is 46 feet or something like that tall at its height of the lowest wall. So this field and that portion of the road are relatively flat. There is a large depression in the middle that dumps down about 30 feet to where the detention basin will be from a lower perspective, and then Ashurst will sit above the field and dome by a handful of feet.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, putting that visual up. Can you leave that up for a second?
Oh, you bet, yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Mayor, just a quick follow-up question to the line of questions here that my colleagues have expressed. Mr. Schlitz, so the subject soccer field, the exterior field that we're looking at adding a dome to, where did the light poles, where are they going to be height-wise in proximity to the actual dome?
So we didn't finalize, so as we were talking through plans, kind of where we got to as we were going through getting construction plans ready when this dome discussion kind of came and put a pause to it to finish it. So right now, there are 8 60-foot tall pole lights surrounding the perimeter of that soccer field on that side of it.
So 60, that's approximately about the same height as the dome height.
Very close, yeah. And then one thing on the dome just to keep in mind is that the dome is actually zeros on the edges and then goes to 69 feet. So from a height perspective, as staff kind of conversations about how tall it is, it's a tricky structure, because the structure of, if you had a peaked roof, you could measure it and you'd average out the height. But since this doesn't have it, I think as Adair, Ms. Bright had said, because it's a unique new use, there isn't really some of those calculations available. So we're being held to the maximum height of 69. However, there is only one specific spot on that entire dome that hits 69. A majority of the dome is much less than that as you go around to the edges of it to that side.
So just to confirm again, so the light poles themselves, there might be some modifications, but they're still going to be higher or about the same height as the peak of the dome?
Absolutely, yeah, pretty close.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor, for now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I have a few different questions. My first question is, you said that there might be financing troubles, but were you not aware of those when you came before us initially?
Yeah, we hadn't negotiated all of the leases prior to coming to see if the city would allow us to build the building. So as we've worked through that, some of the rates have been higher than we expected, some have been lower. The demand on the soccer field's been more than we expected. On the court side, it's been a little less than we expected as of right now. And, I don't think it was contemplated that we were going to have 7 to 10 year leases signed prior to constructing the building that exceeded the debt service, third-party leases only, not our operations of the building, just solely from the third-party leases. So, and then the anticipation that we would get some credit for, hosting 8 to 12, national level basketball tournaments, there'd be some credit given to that. So, no, we had not fully worked through all of the debt financing terms prior to, PDP approval.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, so considering that the center of this is almost as tall as St. Luke's East, does that pose a difficulty for any sort of emergency services or the fire department at all?
Jim Eden, Assistant Chief Fire Marshal, Lee Summit Fire Department. When we reviewed this, the sections of the code actually were quoted very well by Mr. Slick. They are providing additional access. There are a number of safety considerations that are built into the dome.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That is all, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to the public comment portion. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to this? Please come forward. Yep. We can get you help. Do you need the overhead? Mr. Dunning, can you help him?
If you can zoom it back. Take it back some. Okay, thank you. That's great. My name is Lawrence Close, 509 Northwest Edgewood Trail, Lee Summit, Missouri. Thank you for the opportunity to address council. I'm here to request a no vote from you folks. Before I forget about it, just on the talk of the economic impact, the council is certainly familiar with municipal and government matters, and I don't know how many articles I've read where proposed sports stadiums, sports events are supposed to bring tons of economic growth to the city. And typically, when you look back, that doesn't really materialize. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't necessarily come across as advertised. I also think it's noteworthy that on a multi-million-dollar project that's planned and has come before council before and been approved, suddenly there's an amendment of an extraordinary building not contemplated in the original approval or presented before. Just in a multi-million-dollar project, that's a little hard to swallow. I provided several pictures to kind of illustrate some of my points. The first picture is an example of the proposed dome. This picture is from Arizona Building Systems website, the supplier mentioned in the application. As noted during the Planning Commission hearing previously, there's no other sports dome of a magnitude in the Kansas City area of this magnitude. The dome shown in the picture is 70 feet in height. I guess the applicant has, modified their request down a little bit, but it is smaller width and lengthwise than the proposed dome. For some scale, I just ask you to look towards the top of the picture where there are some trees that have leaves. There would be no leaves on the trees when this dome is up. And just look out in the distance and you can clearly see this structure for some distance. Okay, my second picture is a building you all are familiar with, St. Luke's Hospital East. According to Google Earth, elevation tools, the roof of this building is about 80 feet high. The 70-foot proposal for the dome height, that still comes in about 90% of that height. So I just illustrate this to try to get in your mind how massive this structure is. Just numbers sometimes don't cover it. And certainly the presentations that show tennis court domes, volleyball domes, pickle court domes are not near the size of this structure.
All right, sir. Do you have more points to make?
Well, very quickly, just reiterate the city staff report included very valid comments that the proposal is double the height allowed by zoning, incompatible with the surrounding area, visual impact cannot be mitigated, and potential adverse facts on the neighborhood. I believe it's a definite impact, not just on adjacent properties, but my property sits back at a higher elevation, I think 940 on the elevation map that was shown. So I will see it. I urge you vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, who'd like to go next? All right.
Good evening, my name is Scott Edgar. I'm a civil engineer, and I actually worked for the city of Lee Summit for a dozen years. But nonetheless, I live in the neighborhood as well. A couple of things is basically, it's 1.66 acres. What he just showed you was 310 feet long. Ours is 400. Theirs was 210, ours is 240. The dome over at the volleyball is 0.88 acres, so it's almost twice as us. It is huge. The color, now some domes are opaque, some are insulated. I didn't know whether they were opaque or insulated, but if they're opaque, light comes out. But if they're opaque, if they have grass, you need that for the grass to grow. So I don't know from the applicant, is it insulated or opaque? So if it's opaque, it's going to be a big sore thumb, welcome to Lee Summit. So the color, yes, dark green or brown in the wintertime. The equipment to keep them insulated or keep them blown up. Every winter, your tires get low, you have to put more air in it. A couple of weeks ago, everybody had to air up their tires. If your tire is 240 feet by 80 feet by 69 feet tall, there's a lot of air. So move that equipment to the west side, away from us, because it's going to bounce off the outside of that dome back into us. Lower the doggone field underneath the dome, bring the top down, just grade it down. So I've been doing engineering for 40 years. Boom. It's site work. It can happen. Quick Trip is surrounded by commercial uses. This one's not. I agree wholeheartedly with staff and the Planning Commission to deny. That's about it. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to stick something else on this part. Thank you. There you go. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm CL Beach. I live at 520 Northwest Edgewood Trail. And kind of some other points to bring up for recognition of the characteristics and the concerns that we have a little bit. You can see from the table, and I've made some adjustments because some of the modifications weren't on the website last night, so apologize for that. But if you think of the width of the dome, it's 240 feet wide. It's 50% wider than Chief Stadium in the football field. And they had to modify Chief Stadium so soccer can be played in there also next year. The length, 300 feet, that's the length of a football field. Height now is 69 feet, so that'd be about 5.5 stories if you use the 13 feet per story, or 40 feet or 3 stories. So it's still about a 5.5 story building. The footprint, if you use square footage of the length times the width, and again, this came from the Arizona proposal, is 72,000 square feet. So I don't know where they got the 55,000. That's 72,000 square feet, which is 50% bigger than your standard football field. If we want to compare this to now, the height this came down to 69 feet. Okay, so it's not 74% taller. It's 50% taller than the structure they're going to build that's at 56 feet. Compare that to two-story houses in the neighborhood. Most two-story houses are 25 to 30 feet, so it's twice the height of a two-story house. And also, just for representation to feel for the size, a 747 aircraft 747 for Air Force One is 296 feet by 232 feet long by 64 feet high. This could be an airport hangar. That's how big that would be in the yard. And some other points to consider. Edgewood subdivision. This not only affects the people who live near it, but it affects the whole neighborhood essentially, because the intersection that Matt showed on his slide of Ashurst and Edgewood Trail is about 350 feet or so from the base to the back of the dome. 75% of our neighborhood has to go through that intersection every day, whether you come to work, come home, whether your visitors are coming over, or what you're doing. You're going through that intersection in view of the dome. And I don't know from the council standpoint, but I don't know if you'd want that visitors come over, or if you're going in and out every day, or a prospective buyer coming into the neighborhood, seeing such a large thing every time. I don't think that would be advantageous. Also, the Arizona website, which is a very nice website that they have. It's interesting to note that we've never seen a picture of what the dome would look like from them. And they have a wonderful website with a lot of pictures, and Larry had the picture one that came from their website. But it's interesting that we've never seen that to get a perspective. The pictures of the building with a hump behind it and say it's a dome, nice picture, but it kind of misrepresents what a structure of that size would be. Also, in closing, it's clear that there's a lot of financial aspects to this. It's clear for Lee Summit. However, I guess I'd like to propose to the council, if you have something that's 50% larger than a football field, 5.5 to 6 stories tall, we could house a 747, would you find that pleasing being next to your neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else that'd like to come forward?
One thing I'd like considered tonight is November through December. That is the main thoroughfare for Christmas in the park. So if we're going to have big venues, I've seen the last couple of years that cars are getting backed up that far. So adding big venues and that traffic there could cause just congestion and other issues during a time where we're trying to go enjoy the lights at the park. So just something for consideration. Thank you.
Can we get your name for the record?
Scott Shepard.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brad Allen. I live at 507 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I'm the direct north neighbor of Mr. Wheatley, one of the developers. You have received an email on December 8th outlining numerous violations that Mr. Wheatley did on his personal property, indicating all the things that he's built on his property that violated city ordinances in blatant disregard. He was aware of this. He actively sought to try to avoid any scrutiny by the city by not getting permits beforehand, not doing all the prerequisite stuff, not getting any surveys done, not getting anything on the building there. The reason why I bring this up is because past behavior is a very big indicator about future behavior. So whether you think he's going to abide by the rules or not, you can guarantee his past behavior says he will not abide by the rules at all. And this is not even indicating all the personal stuff he's done to my family in recent times since we reported him to the city. So as we were notified by the city council and the planning commission that he would be a great neighbor and he would listen to us and our concerns and adjust accordingly, 100% false. He's made you all look like fools and idiots and liars because of the fact that he has personally decided to take action against my family with verbal abuses, slurs, all of this. You are going to reward him with not only with this contract, but also with millions of dollars of taxpayers' money from single working mothers. And after the fiasco that you guys just went through with Hy-Vee and the Oldham development, I don't think you want this all over the news that you're supporting this gentleman for this type of project. By allowing him to build this dome on top of the bad stuff he's already done, you are shining a very high spotlight on how inadequate you guys are in vetting who you're allowing to build here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Giddings?
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Debbie Giddings. I didn't bring my black notebook, so you know this is an improv. One of my concerns in just sitting and listening to everybody is, once it gets up, what is there going to be as far as penalties or fines, or what makes them take it down? Because if you read their material in their pamphlet, it says a large dome like this financially is not worth taking it up and putting it down. So it gets up, and who takes it down? The other thing is, my son played competitive soccer from the age of 4, all the way through high school. I'm not sure that many days that we're talking about that they can't play outside is worth all this hassle. They play even in frigid temperatures in November. So, and that's outside. He's also played indoor soccer. But anytime the dome up north of Kansas City, it is in an industrial area that there are no large building or no residential or even what I would consider shopping areas. You can't get something fast food to eat around there unless you go to a gas station. So I just don't think this is appropriate to be put in this area. And I have concerns based on what I've been hearing now about what stipulations and how you're going to be able to force them to get it down once they get it up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, one more thing.
No,
just
this
real
person.
quick.
No, sir.
Because he already stated that he has economic problems with this
Sir.
development. That means it's going to be a dereliction when he cannot afford to keep it.
You took a lot of shots, and I gave them to you. I didn't monitor. I didn't stop you. Can you?
Nothing compared to the shots he's taken at me and my family.
I understand. I mean, I don't understand, but I concede that to you. I simply need to move on to.
But it's going to be a derelict
the PDP.
building when he can't afford to keep it up going.
Andrew Elson, 504 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your service to our community. As stated, the approval of the original preliminary, as I stated during the approval of the original preliminary development plan, I remain opposed to this development in its current form. My concerns are not speculative. They stem from the very close proximity of this complex to our neighborhood. The approved outdoor soccer field will require tall light poles, and at only about 100 yards from nearby homes, light spillover is unavoidable. Noise is also a serious concern. We can already hear announcements from Paragon Star more than 1 mile away. Being less than a tenth of that distance from a full-size outdoor soccer field raises reasonable concerns about frequent and intrusive noise. Traffic adds to this impact. Estimates of up to 500 cars per hour during peak use will inevitably spill into surrounding residential streets, affecting safety and overall quality of life. Perhaps most concerning was a relatively recent comment made in these chambers referring to noise, light, and traffic impacts as typical stuff. That characterization was discouraging and left the impression that the voices of nearby residents may not be fully valued. These are not abstract concerns. They represent real, daily impacts on families who already live there. For these reasons, I oppose any proposal that would further intensify use of this site. Specifically, I'm opposed to the 80-foot dome. It would increase year-round activity immediately adjacent to our neighborhood and is out of character with this area of Lee Summit. That said, I appreciated the Planning Commission's discussion about a fully enclosed building over the field that would meet UDO requirements. I would strongly support that approach. It would meaningfully mitigate noise and light and represents a reasonable compromise. Let me be clear, that is not the dome. I'm talking about a full building that is consistent with our UDO. Consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation, I respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. You'll have to get sworn in, please.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. I think it's important to point out that there will be lights from March to November or April to October, and that's summertime. That's when people are outside. During the winter, you put the lights inside. Well, most of us are inside during the winter anyway. And then I did wonder about the size, because I'd seen on the city's information 53,850 square feet, I do believe. And then the mention of 72,000 square feet. I happen to know that a tennis court is 120 by 60 feet. That's 7,200 square feet. That would be like a U.S. Open tennis court. So we're talking about 10 U.S. Open tennis courts. So when you're showing one court with a bubble over it, that hardly gives you a good idea of what that's going to be like. And just so that we're clear on, 72,000 square feet, if you want to put that into acres, 1 acre is 435.60. We remember that by 435 going 60 miles an hour. So square feet for an acre is 435.60. So we're talking about 1.65 acres, a dome that goes over 1.65 acres.
Thank you. Okay, others would like to come forward? Okay. I'm going to go back to council then. Questions or for staff or the applicant from council? Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So you touched on this a little bit in the presentation, but why the dome as opposed to a year-round building? Is it just that you want to be able to have outdoor tournaments in the summer, or is it more cost-effective, or a combination of both?
So we already have the outdoor field leased on a 10-year lease. So, the winter is not as full, and the club has agreed to convert their outdoor usage to indoor if it's available. So what was the second part of your question?
I guess, why do you want to have an outdoor building or an outdoor court with a dome versus a second building?
The cost of a building just over that field permanent is somewhere between $12 to $15 million. So it's prohibitively expensive to build that. Plus, the clubs need to have training outdoors. So we don't want it to be a year-round building. We just want it to be temporary for use during the winter. So that's why we have chosen to do it on a temporary basis.
Okay.
And I guess I would say to the gentleman's comment earlier that the reason we haven't moved forward is because I want to make sure that we are fully capitalized and that we have leases and, revenue sources that make sure that we are guaranteed to succeed in this before we move forward with construction, which is why we have not begun that yet.
And then I think we're all clear on this, but just to clarify with staff, like this site, the outdoor soccer field, the building, all that has already been approved. The incentive package for that has already been approved. This is purely a question about whether or not to approve the PDP for the dome that would be in addition to that prior plan.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Other questions from council? All right, seeing none, I'm going to, is there any further comment from the applicant? Mr. Schlicht?
I think a lot of it was based on the size of the dome. We had a conversation about that. I think that picture is a better representation of the distance you're going to be seeing that dome from versus the picture that was provided by the residents that was sitting on top of the dome from that side of it. I think that gives a good visualization of what you're going to see at night versus the poles. I think, from a perspective.
While you're at it, can you add insulated or opaque? I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really know the difference on what we're trying to have a discussion of. It's a 2-layer system. The dome is insulated because it keeps the heat on the inside of it. There is no grass in the interior. It's an artificial field, turf field, so it doesn't need it. The specific dome shown right there does have the skylight on it, which is just a purpose of having daylight in there versus having to have lights on it at all time, which doesn't emit that much light from a outward perspective. So we're really open to either way on that, but I think that the preference is to have that, just have some daylight in there during the normal daytime operation side of it.
Okay.
One thing I would comment, I guess, is that we have had residents that have shown up and had conversations about this, and every resident that has shown up, I believe, unless I'm wrong on the addresses they provided, either live on this street or this street. As we've had to the neighborhood meetings, both for the initial one, for the secondary one for this, we've had no resident that is directly affected ever come up and have a conversation about that side of it.
He's right here.
And those.
I'm right here.
That's fine. I'll acknowledge you. Let him finish and then I'll.
So the pieces that we've had is we've tried to have open conversations to have a discussion of what the impact would be. And as we've said, from a distance back on this street or those other streets that are there, we've taken those pictures and visually given what that visual perspective would be from that distance. It's a limited sight ability if you're driving through Ashurst. We've had conversations with the residents as we've been through that they didn't want Ashurst Drive when it went through. They fought the city hard when it was developed for Chipman Road because they didn't want that access. When we developed the Summit Church, they didn't want that access because they didn't want to have that travel traffic. Conversation today now was that there's 75% of that travel that goes through there. So, it's a right-in, right-out access point out onto View High Drive, and I don't think that there's that much travel that goes through the neighborhood. If there is, that's the time you're going to see that dome as you're driving by the front side of it. And I appreciate bringing up St. Luke's East. I think that's a good representation of the height that you would see. And I think if you drive down 470, you have to be pretty close to St. Luke's East before you see it. When you're on Douglas, you're relatively close to the site before you see it. It's not like I'm sitting at Summit Fair or that side of the way looking at a building and seeing that side of it. This building sets down in the field area. The ground itself will help to shield it. It's in an area from the Ignite plan that is shown to be in the commercial area of that corridor as it came through there with a residential behind it. That entire corridor is intended to start that development along View High Drive. I don't have a lot of conversations about the direct impact of one of the developers that's in the neighborhood. He lives there. The neighbors obviously in that area aren't very fond of having it there, so I think there's been some disagreements on that side of it, but I don't have a lot of comment to that side of it. I think he's just as affected as anybody else in that world would have been there. I think the only other one was the conversation on the air handler running. We're fine with the air handler being on the west side, away from all the buildings. We shared that at the neighborhood meeting, that we'll put it as far away as you want. And the conversation about it running more during the winter or whenever it does, it runs all year round. It runs all the time, or not all year round. It runs while the facility is up, because it keeps the pressurized air in that facility at all times. So that air handler unit, we will happily put it on the westerly side, away from the residents. But again, that's a decrease in the noise we believe that the development would impact it with. So I think that's most of what we have on that side of it, unless you guys have another question.
No, no questions. Would you go ahead and, you want to speak?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Can I see who else lives on Edgewood Trail?
In the Edgewood neighborhood trail?
No, the question that was posed was the street Edgewood that backed up to it. So I understand. There's definitely some people here, Mr. Schlicht, that, let me speak, please. There's definitely people here that live on Edgewood Trail that back up to this. So, sir, please come forward and.
My name is Doug Hay. I live at 540 Northwest Edgewood Trail. I'm the first house that'll be directly behind that dome, or whatever you want. I've moved to Lee Summit about three and a half years ago. Bought in that subdivision just because it was nice and quaint. Since I've lived there, we put the road through, which is right next to my house. I believe there'll be more traffic if we have this. It's already going to be traffic. And most of it, hopefully, will be, during the summertime, but as we get this dome and it's year-round, that's something I'm going to have to deal with. I'm not sure if I want to stay in Lee Summit based off of what's happened since I've lived there in just the 3.5 years. So it's pretty tough. So I hope that you vote no.
All right, thank you. I'll keep it open if somebody else wants to say something that, okay.
Everybody who's in the Edgewood neighborhood, just stand up and you can see how many people are here. There's only 50 houses in the
Sir,
neighborhood.
this is, if you want to speak, you can come up here and speak. We can see, I do appreciate it. If you want to speak, you have to come up, you have to get sworn in. Yes. That's fine, let her go first.
Cheryl Faley, 605 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I am at the back of that subdivision, so yeah, I'm not going to be right up next to it. That does not make that less of my neighborhood, my friends, and the people that I care for. This is very concerning to me. I don't think that what we are seeing presented here is actually what we're going to see when it's set. It's going to be big. It's going to be like a giant blister in Lee Summit. And Lee Summit is my home. It's been my home for over 45 years. I really don't want to see this here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Come forward, please. Do you need to get sworn in?
Hi, I'm Melanie Adkins, 3524 Primrose Court. I don't live near here, and this is not my space, but the thing that comes to mind is we do go to church there, and the streets, there's only two ways to get out of that parking lot, and you have to either go straight or turn right. And so on the left side of the parking lot, you cannot turn left. You have to go down and U-turn and come back around. And I understand that this is zoned for commercial, so you can't expect it to stay empty forever. Like if you move next door to commercial property, eventually it's going to be fixed. But usually when you guys have commercial property, the developer is funding the roadways around it. Usually the developer is paying for street signs or stoplights or crossways to go over the middle of the island. So I would just want to look deeper into what's going to happen to that traffic when you can only come out and turn right, especially if there's tournaments on Saturday and Sunday mornings. That's when you've got, if you have double the traffic from having two soccer places, whatever. If you got two fields and it's double the traffic, and then you've got the church on Sundays, I mean, it's like triple the traffic that's there, and I mean, it would be ridiculous. Like, the way it is now would be ridiculous trying to go anywhere you would be locked in, so I would just want to look into those scenarios. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. I usually end by saying, asking the applicant to make further comment, but don't be riling people up.
Apologies. My point, I guess, was that everybody who's ever commented about it has
Right.
not been
Well,
directly. So I do
there's-
apologize to
there's
the resident
people
that was local. To the side of it, I mean, the traffic conversation is something we worked through in the original development on that side of it, and the pieces of it that are out there. There are a lot of improvements the developer's going to do with the development. We're going to have to put a southbound left turn on View High into the development. We're extending the road from Ashurst up to Chipman to put a new roadway through there. So as the residents started talking about traffic through the subdivision, we just don't believe that's the travel path that they're going to go. They're going to utilize the new road that goes north up to Chipman, get back to the signal, and go back to 470, where likely a majority of the travel traffic comes to that side of it. So with that, I think I've said everything I need to from that standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, come forward, please.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Bruce Crouch, 524 Northwest Edgewood Trail. I just wonder if there seems to be a huge conflict on the depiction of what the dome is going to look like from our neighborhood. There's two totally different depictions. I wonder if we can get clarification on the depiction that he's showing, exactly what the size that he is showing. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this point, and so we can talk about this as a council. I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion? Yes, Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by saying this is a hard vote because I've been very excited for this project. My kids play soccer. I have zero doubts that they'll utilize this facility at some point. That being said, I love the idea. I don't love the location. I wouldn't want it in my backyard. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet, but I'm definitely leaning no. I just don't feel like it's a great location. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the comments that came up when we had members of the public speak, who, as always, I want to thank you guys for being here and for being engaged. Like, that's a really important part of this process. One of the comments that was brought up was sort of skepticism of sports facilities as big revenue generators. Like that, we always get promised that this is going to bring all this business here and it's going to be a huge deal, and then it doesn't always materialize. And I share some of that skepticism, honestly. Like, I wonder a lot, like, I see risks that, in a downturn, I figure that travel sports are the first thing that a family cuts. I see risks in terms of long-term birth rates, just that, every year we have less kids in this country, and like long-term, is youth sports that sustainable of a development strategy? But that honestly leads me to supporting something like this, because we as a community have committed to the youth sports strategy, right? Like, we've supported Paragon Star, we've incentivized it. We've supported this project because Dome aside that we're talking about tonight, we've already approved this project. We've already approved incentives for it. We're bought in, which is not to say that has to determine your vote tonight, but I'm just saying, as a city, we have committed to the strategy of youth sports as something that we are doing, that we are building our own field house with the Parks Department, that we have legacy, that we, like, youth sports are a big part of our city. We are continuing to lean into that. And so, especially given my skepticism, I'm like, I don't want to kneecap the ability of this to succeed. And if being able to have this makes it more likely that this project is successful and keeps our local dollars local, brings in more tourism, and most importantly, like, serves our community. Like I said, a quarter of the kids in this league are in Lee Summit, and I think that'll be great for the families. I can't tell you the number of grandparents who have told me that they hate sitting out in the frigid cold during winter games. I think that there's a lot of benefits to be had. And I understand as a council, we weigh that against the localized cost, that increased traffic, increased noise for a neighborhood is really frustrating, but it's my job, I feel like, to look at the overall benefit to the entire community, and does it outweigh some of those localized headaches. And so the questions that I came into this tonight about how are they mitigating the noise, how are they mitigating the sight lines, what can we do to make this successful but not have too much impact, like, I feel satisfied with those. I would like, if we support this, to put in some additional requirements that they've said they would be open to, adding more trees, more screening, reducing the height to the 69 feet that they said would work, the 5-year term so that we can, 5-year SUP as opposed to 20-year SUP, so that we can see if this is okay, and then a future council could not renew it if they feel like it's having a bad impact. Moving that air handler equipment to the far side. I feel like we do all that to mitigate the impact as much as possible, but still executing on the strategy that we have as a city of leaning into youth sports. So I would support it with those modifications, and I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Shields' remarks, and I guess I would add to that we've heard a lot of people speak this evening, and it's always really good to hear all of your concerns, and we've received emails for the project as well as against. But I think that what I would like to see, I'm very excited about this project as well, and we did approve the PDP. I do want them to be successful. Councilmember Shields is correct. We have put ourselves out there as a community that's sports enthusiast and supporting of that, and I believe it will impact our community in a positive way financially. I wonder, though, if there's ways that we can work a little bit closer with the residents that are going to be mostly impacted in perhaps, I don't know if there's ways to make it shorter in height. Certainly the colors and the trees, yes, but I guess I would like to maybe see a little bit more conversation on how we might be able to get everybody to more of a feeling good about it, and work together to make it just a more positive for the residents and for Lee Summit. It's one of those things that's different, and it's always really hard when it's something that's different. It's not within the UDO, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad if we can make more people feel good about it and work together to mitigate any issues that we could have in the future. So, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lovell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think a lot of great points here by my colleagues. I, too, have children playing a lot of sports, travel around, in fact, part of the KC Athletics Club. I don't know if I have to recuse myself because they're part of that club. But I also like, there's a couple things that are just weighing on me with this. And so when this development first came before us, there were a lot of questions about the location and kind of what we were putting there, and it seemed a little bit maybe out of the ordinary on View High Drive. Now, the idea behind that, too, was we've always envisioned this to be commercial, that we could, that it would help unlock maybe future development down that corridor. But we're also, when that comes before us, we're weighing it as is, right? So we're weighing it in a way that they presented it to us, even though there was opposition from neighborhood consideration. we put a very robust incentive package in on top of that as it is. And so not just with this development, and we've seen it before, but when we do something like that, and then down the road, there are changes that need to be made, I'm not always a big fan of that, especially when we have to weigh those things. So I have a little bit of a challenge with that. One of the things that I kind of hope to be born out of this presentation, I do believe like better visualization of what it looks like. In today's day and age with renderings and AI, like I really do believe there's a way to show us what that thing looks like, right? In a way that we can really wrap our hands around, so that like we're not just kind of guessing the impact and what it looks like. And so it was a challenging site before. It came before us as a beautiful building, great stuff, and then this comes later, and it's like I think I'm for it, but I don't know, and I can't really tell what it looks like, and it does feel like it's bigger than maybe we could see if I could just visualize it more. And maybe that means too, like by that visualization, some changes are made. So I guess what I'm saying here is like, as it's presented today, like I don't feel real good with it, like to support it the way it sits. That's not to say that I wouldn't support some form of dome there if I had a better understanding of it and it got to go back to staff with the modifications, and maybe there's a way to soften it, or maybe there's a way to dig down, or maybe we could see an option with green or something that softens that to give us a better visualization of what it is. Because I think right now it's changed significantly from what it was, and I just can't wrap my hands around what that looks like and feels like as it's being presented now. So I think I'm like no in the way it's presented, but not a no down the road if we could get a better understanding of what it might look like or ways to soften it. So that's kind of where I am now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Lovell kind of took everything I had to say. I agree with pretty much everything Councilmember Lovell just said, and I think my main comment is we don't have, staff has not reviewed the 69-foot height. I think there's some challenges with the grade over there that maybe Mr. Slick could look at for us and get this thing down a little lower. But I'd really like to see this go back to staff and have this reviewed with the applicant as far as the modification to 69 feet. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with some of the comments that have been made up here tonight. And I am all for youth sports as well. I do have children. They do play sports. Believe me, it runs me ragged. Like I said, the first time this came through, I don't believe this is appropriate for the area. I just don't think we should put something, especially now, this large and that will generate this much traffic right up against a residential neighborhood. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting it. I just would like to say that if this is approved tonight to my council colleagues, in addition to the conditions Councilmember Shields spoke to earlier, I would also like a condition to be put in there that the permit be only allowed for the October 31st through the March 1st dates that were in the presentation from the applicant. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of to keep my comments brief as well. Appreciate all my colleagues' comments. I think they're all very valid points. Won't repeat much of what's already been said. I think this public process of including the public and the neighbors is critical, and I also commend you all for your engagement. I think we do hear you and we do listen to you, and you all have been very engaged, very respectfully. So thank you guys for that. As I said from the very beginning, I am a supporter of the project, and specifically like Councilmember Lovell and Councilmember Funk, what they expressed. I think we all believe in it. That's not the question. It's when you come back to us in this manner when I personally don't feel it's been vetted out 100%, and that's evident tonight. And so I think there is a project here, there is a modification here, but it needs to be vetted out a little bit further, with probably more inclusion from residents. And I do agree that perhaps it needs to go back to staff, and let's get creative. This project I do believe in youth sports. I do believe this will be have a very positive impact for our community. And instead of our families, we are thinking about our families and our future. Instead of our families going way across town, across state line, it'd be nice for them to stay in our community. And so we've already approved that part of it. I can't get over the hump with this dome the way it's been presented. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you, Mayor. I would support it going back to staff and possible modifications. I don't know that I would support the final dome, but I would support taking another look at it with specific modifications, maybe height, maybe grading modifications, color modifications possibly, and at least seeing what that looks like. But again, I don't know that I'd support the final dome, but I would support it going back to staff and at the 69 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Head a question. Mr. Head, this is a PDP and for an inflatable soccer dome, but we've been a little caught up a little bit in the economic development side and the benefits to the community, which we're all pretty much supporters of economic development. But is that part of our conversation tonight, really? Should that be a decision point for us? Because I've heard a lot of that tonight, and it doesn't seem to mesh.
Generally, with the regard to the PDP and the zoning, they're much more fact-dependent, and generally, the economics of the situation are up to the owner-developer. That isn't necessarily something at this stage that is the city's concern. Our concern on the economics was back when we were having the economic development discussion, which we had previously on this project. Now, there is a provision under the rezoning in the PDP that basically says that the ability of the applicant to satisfy the requirements applicable to the specific use imposed pursuant to this chapter is an item that can be considered. But again, you're talking about the ability of the applicant. I'm not sure that necessarily reaches into economics.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm having a hard time with the fact that I'm a big sports fan myself, and yet these people that came tonight didn't come and oppose this project, this strongly at least, when we were doing the complex, and when we were incentivizing it heavily. So very similar to a couple of council members, they're talking about now we're coming back and modifying it, and then the economics of it are being questioned. And I really think the decision on our part should be based on is it a good fit aesthetics-wide, because aesthetically, or whatever the word is, aesthetics, rather than making another decision based on economics, because we already made that decision, and I was pretty comfortable with that decision. I had to be able to defend that decision in public, so a few times. But I felt it was warranted because I think there is an economic, there's the benefits to the community for the day trips to the soccer complex and such. I just feel that this is not what we approved, and so, to change it now, or to say that, this is hinging on this, I don't know if it was meant to do that or not, but that's not really the decision we should be making tonight. I suppose I'd be willing to send it back, but I don't know what I'm sending it back for. I agree, I'd be okay with sending it back to see if something could be worked out, something that's more palatable to the neighborhood. Because again, they were okay with soccer, with the field house here, but they're not comfortable with this as far as aesthetics. And then I've got staff saying, no, we don't approve this because we don't have basically guidelines. Is that fair to say, Mr. Dunning? We've not dealt with this before. We don't have ordinances, regulations and such set up for this. So this is it's your call type of thing. I don't know that anybody up here likes making that kind of decision.
Yeah, it's a tough one given the location with the residential right by it. If it was out and nothing else around it, it'd be a little more, less concerning.
So I'd be willing to send it back if I thought there was a chance, if maybe a better depiction could be made, or if I thought maybe more could be worked out with the neighborhood. However, I really question whether that would happen with the neighborhood, that's for sure. So if I had to vote, I would not be in support. So do you want to continue this and give this applicant a chance to kick this down the road and work things out, bring back better depictions, bring back more compromise with the neighbors? If you think that that could be done, then we could continue this. If you don't, then we should vote on it and let the poor developers know where we stand.
Plus it gives them 60 days to come back.
It does give them 60 days to come back. Which one, the vote? Yeah, if we vote on it, they have 60 days to rework it. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. So I guess a few more questions just kind of came up, so I'm not sure if that's okay right now. But I agree, I think staff should vet it more, but I guess the question is, can it even be lower? Like, can it go lower than what you've already lowered it?
I think before I bring him up here and open the public hearing up type of thing again, I think Mr. Slish, no offense, sir, but you should have answered that. If you wanted to dig it out a lot more, we're only talking about a few feet. It's not going to be 10 feet, so it's not going to be monumental along those lines. So,
yeah, and I guess my other question I had, just from my colleagues raising good points, was just, can it be built first and then we evaluate? Maybe the neighbors will see, man, it would be nice in the winter if those lights were covered up, or I feel like it's hard to make this, have good discernment on it when we're just looking at a green field still. So it's just, can it be built before this decision is made, I guess is my question. And then evaluate the project and say, it would be nice, but I feel like it's kind of hard to make that decision.
okay, so I think that's a really good question for staff, Mr. Dunning, whoever wants to try to answer this, which is, why is this coming forward now versus later?
The real answer is that the applicant prepared the application and filed it with the city, right? And once we have that application, we facilitate the process. I can't answer on behalf of the developer, but could the facility be built and then experience that facility and then consider the dome? That's certainly an option, if I was answering that, but I'm not the developer, so.
Councilmember, did that answer you?
I guess it is maybe more for applicant, because I'm hearing financial stuff. So what does it look like, I guess, for, if this doesn't get approved tonight, what does it look like for this build out? And then,
Mr. Head, can I have the developer come up without opening the public hearing? Okay, so whoever wants to come forward, Mr. Beebe probably, would you try to answer Councilmember Hodges' question? Because do you mind if I try to paraphrase?
Yeah, go ahead.
She's basically saying, do you need this now? I know where this is going. Do you need this now to secure the leases for the next 7 to 10 years with the soccer associations, or can this be done later?
So I think the answer to that question is we've already verbally discussed the lease of this space if the dome were to pass, which would put us over the threshold to trigger the bank loan. Absent that, I'm not going to sit here and say that there is no other way. When we looked at the alternatives, this was the selection that we made to try to get to that place. But if it's not passed, then we'll certainly go back and try to find another way. The solution's not readily apparent today, but that's not to say there is not one.
Okay, I guess I'm still confused, and I think Councilmember Pryor touched on this, so maybe you can bring some more clarity to it. So when you first brought the project and you had the finances enough to bring this larger a project, what changed to where now a dome is needed and it's necessary to secure financing that wasn't made aware from the get-go of the financing? Because that's where I'm kind of struggling, because I feel like when you're getting your finances together, I feel like the bank would be pretty upfront about what they need from you.
Yeah, and so they'll say, you'll need third-party leases that exceed X. Well, now it's, you need third-party leases that are a certain length of time that meet X. So, as you get further into the project and you get further into the details, sometimes things do change. So that's the answer.
You're saying they told you one thing at the beginning and now it changed midway through and there's a new understanding of what's needed?
Well, I think I would say more, when you have a letter of intent, it's like an outline. But then when you get into the legal agreement, it's hundreds of pages. So, on the outline, it doesn't detail every single specific item that would be required.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, is there any way to make this more, is there any way to go lower? Any way at all? Like, have you guys exhausted every avenue possible, or is this kind of where it landed and like, let's just try this? Like, is there any way possible?
I'm not sure. So we were at 240 feet, that's what was recommended by the manufacturer to leave sufficient space around the field. We reduced that down to 225 feet, or 230 feet, excuse me. So that leaves 7.5 feet on each side of the field. So that's not a lot of runway, especially when you have seating in there as well. So I'm not sure how much smaller we can make it and still fit it around the field, because the other thing we have to consider is there's a massive concrete footing that goes around this. So the closer you put it to the playing surface, the closer, the more potential there is for, athletic injury if they were to trip on that or slide on it. So I don't know how much closer we can make it. We'll certainly go back and look to see if there's another alternative, if this doesn't pass. I think we can go back and look, but the dome manufacturer, I don't see any way to make it much smaller and still be able to fit a full-size field.
Okay, so just to reiterate so I'm clear, if this doesn't pass, explain in detail what that means for your project at this point where we stand now.
It means we have to go find long-term leases somewhere else to satisfy the bank loan to move forward.
So it may not happen. Is that what you're saying? This project may fall through.
Correct. I'm not going to quit.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
Sure,
I'm just
sure.
saying
As far as
this was the solution that we chose because we knew that it got us to where we needed to get to. I'm not saying there may not be another alternative.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think I, too, would agree with a couple colleagues that I would like to have it exhausted a little more and go back to staff and exhaust every possible avenue in every aspect that's been discussed tonight. I feel like we do up here, we do value staff's opinion, and not having that on exactly what was presented is not fully conducive to how we work up here. So I would highly suggest that we send it back to staff and they can have time to exhaust every possible avenue after hearing all the feedback from the community, from up here, and staff. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Shields?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to say, from what I recall, staff said that they hadn't evaluated the proposed 69-foot height at all. So I think that's something that is really substantive that we could hear some more about. And then also additional screening and some better renderings and maybe some other things that I think there is enough meat on that to actually bring back something that gives us some substantial more information to base the decision on. So that's, if it was just, I want to see what they can do. That'd be one thing, but like they have shown, here's at least one thing that we know we can do, but staff hasn't evaluated it, so I would like to see that. And maybe they come up with some more, but I think even just that would be worthwhile to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there's quite a bit of consensus to send this back to staff, or to, I guess we'd continue it. And that's fine if council does that. But I just, for me, I recommend something's got to be better than this round 2 with all the neighborhood here. So you've got to work something out with them. You've got to reach out, as painful as it may be, because there were some tough things said tonight. You have to reach out to them. You have to work with them with regard to the visualizations, the depiction of this, the height, and such, so that they feel like you've listened to them and tried to accommodate. And if you feel like you've exhausted that, then you should tell us and not bring this back. That's where we are. Is that fair? So I would like to see you try to do that. So would someone like to make a motion?
Mayor, before
Yes.
you move on to a motion, staff would recommend that instead of just continuing this item in front of this body, that instead, for the further vetting through staff, that you send it back to the Planning Commission. We think that would be the most appropriate way. And then regarding the next item on your agenda as well, they kind of came as a package. Now, we don't need to hold the public hearing tonight, because if it goes back to Planning Commission and it comes back here, it would come back as a public hearing anyway.
I mean, I can think of Mr. Head, I can think of other examples where we didn't have regulations, we didn't have standards, things like this in our downtown, not like this, but where we have to literally put staff to work for quite a while to establish standards based on best practices in other cities. And obviously, there's not a lot of domes in nearby cities, but it can be done. So I can see that. I just think if we're gonna send it back to Planning Commission, they're gonna be in the same boat. So somehow staff has to have enough time to work on this. I saw Mr. Elam and Mr. McGuire nodding their heads. They're going to need time on this, so that you can give us better parameters. I don't know if the applicant has time, but I don't want to waste your all's time either.
No, Mayor Ryan Elam, Assistant City Manager. Appreciate that. Our staff recommendation would be just to remand it back to Planning Commission without a date certain. That way we can work with the applicant to vet it out and then place it on an agenda when the proper information has been able to be acquired.
We can do that. Councilmember Pryor?
No, that actually answered my question. I was just going to say, if we just went ahead and took it to vote and it didn't pass, they would have 60 days to, but that actually answered my question. So I'm good with either option. I'm sure they'd bring it back if it didn't pass, so I'm good with either.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. And would it be a motion to remit this application number back to Planning Commission? Okay, so I move to remand, remit, something to remand, return to sender application PL 2025-242 to the Planning Commission for further consideration.
I have a motion to remand this back to the Planning Commission for further consideration by Councilmember Shields, and I have a second by Councilmember Funk. Council discussion. All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. All right, it's unanimous that we're going to send this back to Planning Commission and put staff to work. Yes, yep. So we will open this. Yeah, Councilmember Shields, do you want to? We're going to move on to the next item, which is agenda item 4D. No, C. D. 4D, regarding a special use permit for View High Sports Complex inflatable soccer dome. Would you please make a motion?
Sure. I would move to remand application PL 2025-241 regarding special use permit to Planning Commission for further consideration.
Thank you. A motion to remand this back to the Planning Commission by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's unanimous to remand that back to Planning Commission as well. All right. Yes, we're going to have to take a break between these public hearings. It's 8:30 or past 8:30, so we're going to take a recess. We'll be back in about probably 15.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there, and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long. You can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spayed or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America, a Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there and he was bathing his two 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently that was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard. We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. You know, say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
You can make the difference in somebody else's life.
If you're trying to get into the fire and EMS service, Lee Summit is probably the top name.
On a daily basis, we are tasked with an incredible task. So we're trying to keep it a relaxed environment.
As a new person, you are constantly on edge, learning.
The morning will look typical, coming in, getting a report from the shift that's going off, get our truck checks done.
Our citizens trust us and believe in us by providing amenities like our gear, our stations.
They build it to accommodate getting to a call, but also having a home. State-of-the-art weight equipment,
Individual bunk rooms,
downtime areas,
breakfast and dinners together.
Cook together,
get to know one another.
train together.
Like a brother knows a brother and a sister knows a brother. Banter back and forth, but when the tones go off, they go to work.
We're here for 48 hours, so it can happen at any time. You can be in the gym, you can be in the middle of the night, you can be cooking.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Wherever we are in the station,
People will stop what they're doing and listen, finding out which station it is,
what is the nature of the call,
EMS, fire.
what apparatus,
where are we going,
Is it in my
to
district?
be on the highway,
Am I assisting
southbound,
somebody?
the expectations,
What gear do I need?
other lives involved.
that adrenaline dump,
Adrenaline rush.
Pants on, coats on, getting in the truck. We're mentally focused,
geared up.
paying attention to where we're going. Then we have a game plan that happens in the truck. The officer can give direction, and the dispatcher will update you. The officer will listen, the driver will listen. We get all on the same page, and when we get to the call, we can go to work. So many degrees of severity: structure fire, swift water rescue,
EMS,
car accident,
technical rescue.
TAC medic team. The equipment the fire department offers us is top-notch, from ring cutter to extrication equipment. State-of-the-art stuff, great trucks.
Tablet, Lucas device, battery-powered pot.
The right tools, the right training. The learning does not stop in the academy.
Building blocks continue call after call. Opportunity just to grow. Started out as a firefighter paramedic, moved to the rank of engineer paramedic, most recently the qualification of acting captain.
Firefighter, engineer, recently promoted to captain.
Promoted to paramedic since I've been here. I'll be honest, it's scary sometimes. You're the one back there. That person is having a bad day and they're counting on you.
We practice these scenarios over and over, so when someone has an emergency, we can channel those energies.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. All right, we got to keep going. Goodness, I did not think we'd be still in public hearings at this time, but we are. Why don't I learn? I mean, I've been doing this a long time. You would think I would have a good gauge or good feel. And
Because you live in optimism.
you're right. I'm optimistic. So, all right. Well, we are in a regular session. We're still in public hearing, doing public hearings. So I'm going to close the regular session, open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4E. This is an application for Unified Development Ordinance UDO amendment, updates to development requirements and review processes pertaining to Article 2 applications and procedures and Article 14 administration. City of Lee Summit is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk?
Good evening, Hector Soto Jr., Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A list of exhibits 1 through 11.
Please enter into the record exhibits 1 through 11.
So in the interest of time, I will try to keep my comments, presentation succinct, but, again, we are looking at some UDO amendments, so please feel free to stop me, ask any questions that you may have as I go through this. So the application before you tonight is for a number of amendments to the UDO that touch on a number of different aspects of it as it relates to the approval development process. Some of them will touch on preliminary development plans, conceptual plans, variances, modifications, and variations thereof, what I'll say. So this image here in front of you kind of outlines all of, I guess, the path that a development may travel from A to Z. Not all of these necessarily apply to every single application, but these do cover what a development plan could go through from its inception to execution on the establishment of lots for the development of said approved plans. So as you can see here, most of the application processes that require public hearings are typically a 3 to 4 month process. There are some shorter ones that I'll go into a little more detail later, and there are some that vary in their time length. And again, I'll go through some of those. So we'll first start with conceptual development plans. So conceptual development plans, in short, is an application that allows a developer to come forward, typically on large acreage. Typically anymore, if we're dealing with large acreage pieces of property in the city, we're typically dealing with agriculturally zoned property. So what a conceptual development plan application does, it allows a developer to come forward to you with basically a vision for an area to provide, typically anymore, these would be accompanied by a rezoning application where a developer has a concept or a vision for a particular piece of property, and because of the scale of the development isn't quite at the stage yet where the granular information as to what specifically a development may look like, let's say from an architectural standpoint, or has square footages locked down, but they have a general understanding of what infrastructure needs a development may have, just the general nature of land uses, and at this point you would have some general ideas to what kind of general densities that you may be dealing with, but again, you wouldn't necessarily have the granular information of building architectural building elevations and square footages. So I guess probably the first conceptual development plan, just to give you a little background, that we had come through a public hearing process had to do with New Longview Farm. So at the time, it was the acreage that you see out there now. It was zoned agricultural, and at that time, Mr. Gale had a vision for what he would like that property to become. And at that time, a conceptual development plan accompanied the rezoning of that property, and what was provided were very preliminary street network layouts, general utility infrastructure layouts, and had, if you want to look at it, a 30,000 view as to almost like a bubble plan as to where commercial areas would be located and where various housing types would also be located. So it was able to provide enough information up front to give you some context as to what the development would be envisioned to be, and that conceptual development plan essentially was there to kind of take the temperature of council at the time to see whether or not they felt that the general vision or direction that he had to develop the property was one that the city council could support to get rezoning approved for such a large acreage piece of property. So
it also gives us a chance to give feedback, like
yes, correct.
Changes we'd like to see.
Correct.
Or things that we would like to make sure are taken care of going forward.
Correct.
Okay.
So a good example perhaps of
well, I think we got the concept plan. What are your recommendations on this one?
Okay, so the two things that I mentioned here are in the red text with the strike through. So you'll see that in general, number 3 talks about total number of dwelling units if applicable, and 5 and 6 talk about general street layouts, general lot layouts, preliminary and infrastructure engineering plans, but 4 and 7 are very granular. And at this particular stage, it does prove to be a little bit more difficult for developers to provide that information and perhaps not give the impression that this is exactly what you are approving and you are locking this in. So they are, again, trying to take the temperature about the general nature of a piece of property as they're proposing, and looking to get feedback from Planning Commission, City Council. At this particular stage, it isn't necessarily critical to provide building elevations, knowing that approval of a preliminary of a conceptual plan does not give any entitlements. The developers would be required to come for you with a preliminary development plan, where at that point they would be able to, or would be required to provide some of this granular information. So as it's currently written, a conceptual development plan with this granular information is almost, you might say, about 70%, probably more 80 or 90% to a PDP. And perhaps that bar seems to be a little bit too low at such an early stage. So staff's recommendation is to strike items number 4 and 7, considering the fact that all of that information would be brought forth in front of this body through a separate preliminary development plan application at a future time. At this point, I don't know if there was any, I don't know.
I have a question. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Carlisle, if you want to go first.
Thank you. I don't really have a question so much as I completely understand why you would want to strike these two things from this, and completely understand also that if this is approved, it really has no bearing on what comes through next. But I think those two things help the council make their decisions so much that leaving them out is going to leave more questions that can not be answered than I think would help.
Okay.
And I think it would just make council more frustrated by not having the answers than the applicant would like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rader?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Carlisle on that. And also, I just want to say, as I was reading through this, I thought about this. When Oldham West came in as a concept drawing, I kind of felt like that I didn't get enough information with regard to some of the things that they presented later in the PDP that I would have liked to have had. So I'd like to keep these things in as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Soto, and Mr. Elam, so we were, so apologies for the sidebar up here. We were asking if it had gone through CEDC. I don't think this has. I'm afraid this is going to be maybe a little bit more in depth, because even I'm ready to chime in on the very first slide. And you got 33 more slides to go. So, I think what Councilmember Carlisle said about, especially the elevations, I totally understand not being able to hone in on the square footage, but having something to go off of is easier for us to give a thumbs up, because we don't make decisions on these conceptual plans. We give a general consensus. Would you like to see them move forward? And it's not much of a commitment, to be honest, on our part. And I do know that creating the drawings costs the applicants good money. It's just that I think it makes it really hard for us. Go ahead, Mr. Elam.
So, yes, Mayor, I'd just like to provide a quick point of clarification. The concept plan that you're mostly familiar with is not the concept plan that we're discussing in this context. The concept plan that you're most familiar with is associated with an economic incentive request, and that process with it does not have I'll say a set standard in the UDO that says you must provide X, Y, and Z. That's a very flexible process. There's no application fee associated with it. It's not a public hearing, those different things. This concept plan is really a tool for zoning that allows zoning to occur absent of a PDP, absent of a preliminary development plan. We don't see that a lot at all, as Mr. Soto was mentioning. It is a bit of a unique thing that our UDO allows to essentially provide an opportunity for a developer to get. It is a bit of a commitment, but it allows a rezoning to occur. But it allows the developer or the applicant or the property owner, whoever that may be, a little bit more certainty that they can then go to the market with and prove out something versus not having the zoning in place essentially at a time. Completely separate from our incentive process and the conceptual plans that you see a lot more of. And I know that that's confusing.
Okay, Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. Didn't we just see one that you're just talking about earlier this year?
Actually, no, that didn't come through as an actual concept plan. Do you know the last time we had an actual concept plan come through?
That's not what came through off Ward Road and Pryor? All those little, wanting to move the zoning, and this was kind of what it was going to look like?
Ward and Pryor. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the project.
Okay, sorry, 150 in Pryor. Let's go further down the road. I think it was 150 in Pryor, closer to that.
That was a preliminary development plan. That was the, I guess they call them.
Prior mixed use.
Yeah, the prior mixed use development.
All the residential stuff. It was like a conceptual plan. They wanted to change the zoning.
So I believe that you're thinking of maybe 150 on the east side, on the south side of 290, or south side of 150 near Dock Henry. There was a portion where they rezoned the residential in the back, and then they left the front piece along 150 alone. But even that didn't have an official concept plan on it. I think
Okay,
Unity
I will
Village is
go
the
with
one
you,
that's-
but I'm pretty sure there were like multiple residential neighbors, and they all came together with a conceptual plan that said, we want to do this because we're kind of piecemealed in here, blah, 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 blah. But I'll go with whatever you say. Thank you.
I'm not remembering the project off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Why are we having this discussion on the concept plan, Mr. Elam? What are we trying to achieve here? Why are we addressing and trying to modify the concept plan if we don't have concept plans come forward very often?
Yeah, so let me back up and do a little bit of an intro real quick.
Okay.
So all of these items here have been discussed with CEDC probably over the better part of 12 months or so. And they were all really related to the housing initiatives. And we had the housing conversation with this body. The last conversation we had, I believe, was in June. And the direction at that time was to review the UDO and identify process improvement areas, areas to make it the process a little bit smoother in order to help encourage housing development, essentially. And so there was several iterations with the CEDC that ultimately resulted in this package of recommendations that went to CEDC, that then went to the Planning Commission, and then are now here for the official UDO amendment. And we like to kind of refer to these as, I'll say surgical amendments to the UDO that help reduce barriers to the current process. So this can be a pretty detailed presentation, but it is a.
I mean,
it's a detailed
okay.
one.
I was going to say it's one of the more detailed ones we ever see. So
Yeah, it is, and I will say that this is an item that is one of the City Council big rocks. So it's at this stage for you all to do what you want. If you need additional time or things like that, we're okay with that.
okay, well, I'm sorry. I appreciate the background so that we could understand and try to hone in tonight on this. And I just want to make good decisions, So, Councilmember Shields?
Two things. One, I feel like I've had kind of some high-level discussions about this, and with this one, the idea is that right now nobody's using it because it's too many hoops to jump through. You might as well just do a PDP. Is that kind of right?
Essentially, yeah.
So like by taking out some of these things, maybe you make it into a tool that people would actually use, and then we would start seeing them, right?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially. I will say with all of these changes as a whole, they are, I'll say they're kind of small changes that are meant to help provide some nudges to allow the process to
And then,
work.
Mayor, I would almost never actually ask this, but
Sure.
is there a reason why we need to hear this tonight? Could we maybe continue
I think
this to a
everybody
time
up
when
here.
we're not
I think
starting
everybody
at
up here is
9
feeling the
o'clock
exact same thing. You're saying what everybody is thinking. I feel like I know what's going to happen in January and February, which is we've gone at a crazy pace this year in 2025, and we've tried to get everything done in November and December. That we really wanted to get done back in September and October. And so I really would like everybody honed in on this and engaged, but I don't know that I'm feeling it up here. Well,
I mean, Mayor, I will talk zoning reform all night with passion in my
I know,
heart,
and
but
that's the
I feel
thing
like
is,
we all
I
need
get
to be
excited
awake
about
for
it too,
this.
so I think I'm going to be dragging us through all kinds of stuff for the next hour and a half on this, and I'm not sure anybody really cares as much as a couple of us up here.
No one
So,
cares as much.
I think we should continue it, yes. I'm sorry, I'm not a wimp either, but thoughts on that, Councilmember Shields?
Just given the level of detail and substance, I think it's a conversation that we need to start a lot earlier in the evening. So I would like to continue it if we could and have a really good discussion on it.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a planning commission meeting and drag them through this too.
They've already had a public hearing on this.
Okay, I need to watch that. I did not watch that one. I watch a lot of planning commission meetings. Believe me, if it's controversial, I'm wanting to see what the neighbors are going to say. Let's continue it. Would you? Can we do that, Mr. Head, right now? I'm going to close this public hearing, reopen the regular session. Councilmember Shields, will you make a motion, please?
Yeah, I would move to.
Sorry, Mr. Soto, you're exciting. I apologize, but.
I guess one thing I'll point out, or one thing I just want to bring up, did you want to continue this to a date uncertain or to a date?
That was going to be my next question.
Okay.
Mayor, is there a particular date? that
No,
you'd
let's
like to
do
see?
uncertain and let's talk to staff and let's get a good night where it can be addressed earlier in the evening.
Okay. Then I would move to continue the public hearing for the continue application PL 2025-283 to a date undetermined at this time.
Okay, I have a motion to continue this to a date uncertain by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Council discussion?
Yay, zoning.
Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does get continued to a date uncertain unanimously. Thank you all.
And we don't have to do anything for next time, right?
Yeah, we do have to, are we doing, yeah, we have to do 5A. What?
We don't have to do anything, the ordinance for it, right?
No, not the ordinance. So that'll take us to presentations, presentation 5A, or agenda item 5A. This is a presentation and discussion appeal of a director's decision. Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.340, limitation on successive applications for preliminary development plan for pathways at Kensington Farms. Petra Development is the appellant or the applicant. Ms. Albers, looks like you're doing a presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Tracy Albers, Development Services. Back in November, the City Council denied the Pathways at Kensington residential project on property that's generally located at 1231 Southwest Waterloo Drive. Project would have allowed for the construction of 540 residential units spread across 3 phases. Phase 1, which was closest to the existing neighborhood, would have allowed for 235 single-family detached for-sale units. Phases 2 and 3 would have allowed for 177 single-family attached units. Phase 3 for 128 senior duplex units. Phases 2 and 3 were both slated to be rental in nature. When a project's denied in the UDO, there's the 60-day waiting period, during which time no new PDP can be accepted for processing by staff so long as the request is for substantially the same property. For this project, 60-day waiting period is set to expire on January 17th, so about a month from now. In late November, Petra approached the city about their want to immediately submit a new PDP, but only for Phase 1, so the 235 fee simple units. Staff determined that because this would involve substantially the same properties to be exact, that this could not occur until the 60-day waiting period had exhausted itself. The UDO does allow Petra to appeal the determination to council. This appeal tonight is not a public hearing, and no formal notice is required of the applicant or appellant. Council is not being asked to reconsider the project. It's simply whether or not to waive the remnant of the 60-day waiting period before the applicant could submit a new PDP. No matter the outcome, the new project, whatever it may ultimately end up being, is subject to all the standard UDO requirements, specifically the requirement for a new public meeting and public hearings with both Planning Commission and City Council. This concludes staff's presentation. I believe the appellant from Petra is here this evening to make remarks.
Okay, thank you.
How's it going, guys? Good. Tyler Burks, Managing Director of Petra. You guys are all familiar with who we are. So Tracy did a good job of letting you guys know that we're just simply coming here before you guys to let you know that we would like to push the Phase 1 only portion of the project, which is the detached single family for sale, right? So that is in effect what everybody wanted here tonight. And last time we were here, we were denied, of course, for the lease or for the rental product only. So we are asking to just push the for sale product and not delay it any further. We have basically everything that we need on our end to continue the project and push forward and keep it on a good path so we can actually have good cause, right? So that's also a term that's inside of the UDO, right? So the substantially the same property does have a little bit of gray area, so we're not going to touch on that, but the good cause portion here is what we're here to touch on, which effectively is exactly what everybody's calling for, which is the detached single family. In addition to some of the site constraints or the issues that are on the site, we get to go ahead and start fixing a lot of those problems on that portion. The portion that we're talking about is 60 acres of the 149. So we're talking about a pretty substantial portion of the project that we do go ahead and get to start on right away. And then so in effect, that's what we're asking for now. And we've had several meetings with the neighbors as well. Open dialogue. I'm on an open email chain with those folks currently. I answered some questions to them about projects specifics on a regular basis. One of the meetings that we had was at a Starbucks for 5 hours. So we're hammering out all the details with those folks, and there's a few of them here tonight. And they can't speak on behalf of the project, but we've had good conversations with them to say, hey, this does make sense for everybody, neighbors included, not just us, but for the city as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hodges?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a second to just commend you guys for taking what we said, because I know it can be a little disappointing when you get shut down, but coming back and taking what we said to heart and discussing things with the neighbors and listening to what they had to say. It speaks volumes to who you guys are. So I just want to say I really appreciate that you guys did that. And thank you for coming back.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you very much. I have gotten a lot of compliments from a lot of neighbors on how efficiently and how well you are working with them. I also feel like I need to state that I did sit through one of the meetings that he held with the neighbors, but that's not impacting my decision. I was just sitting for information. So thank you for working with everyone that lives in Kensington.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Shields?
I would move to approve the appeal of the director's decision.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Got a motion to approve the appeal by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Mr. Burks, I would say also that you set the bar pretty high for these other developers by the way you engaged that crowd. As soon as the meeting was over with, immediately you engaged with them, and it was impressive, and then you've continued that. So thank you from council on that as well. All right, seeing no discussion, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. Thanks for investing in Lee Summit.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we are at public comments. I only have one up here, but I have Ms. Giddings right now, but if somebody else wants to speak, just let me know. Ms. Giddings? Okay.
I had a different public comment plan for tonight, but, Bill, I'm just so bothered by what you did earlier to Teresa that I'm going to address that instead. My understanding is, this section, the public comment, is limited to 3 minutes, but public hearings have no time limit on comment, and that even attempted to limit, the speakers to 3 minutes, as you've historically done, is arguably a First Amendment violation. And what you did tonight using police intimidation to silence a resident is without a doubt a First Amendment violation. Your desire for order and punctuality does not supersede Teresa's First Amendment, and you endangered her by wrongly setting the police on her. You also endangered Major Walters. If she used force against Teresa unlawfully, she would be in jeopardy of losing her qualified immunity and pension. And not to mention that you endanger the taxpayers as well by opening us up to a potential lawsuit. So, regardless of what you think, what you might think, this isn't Bill's meeting, this is a people's meeting, specifically the public hearings are. And we have every right to speak without restriction, same as the city employees do, and same as the city residents that you invite to speak on behalf of the project. You of all people should know that and respect the feedback. You shouldn't be limiting it and using police intimidation to silence the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Giddings. I wanted to just put a spin on this, that the Lee Summit citizens are finally starting to follow what the city is approving in regards to apartments and developments, especially after a recent posting of a video going down Douglas Street showing what the apartments are being built across from Lee Summit North. The comments are unbelievable, and I think you all should take a look at them. Soon there will be at least 2 more large apartment complexes around 150 and Ward and Hook and Ward coming before you. I can't say for certain, but the variance, if approved on one of these, will put an apartment building the closest ever to a residential home. Both impacts of Ward and 150 and Hook Road developments will affect the south section of 291 Highway more than likely, which will affect Oldham Village and Village East apartments, which have already 1,300 townhomes and apartments approved. These developments do nothing to increase the residential property tax that would be paid for property taxes instead of the apartments. The roadways in Lee Summit can't handle the current traffic. And I found it interesting that after you approved Village East last week, you actually converse between yourselves about what impact this would have on Highway 50. Seriously, a major highway and bridge that borders the entire Drake development and will handle most of the traffic wasn't even considered. Who decided that was not necessary? The city website and financial newspaper for legal notices does not allow citizens now to find out about what's happening in this chamber. There has to be a better way to keep the citizens informed. They all have busy lives, but as you saw, when it really impacts them, they show up. And more people should be showing up to what's going on in their neighborhoods if they only had a had a way to find out what was going on. Redo the city website to make it user-friendly for people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. I'm still concerned about these rezonings that are leading to a plat, or supposedly to a plat. And this is from Matthew Schlish's rezoning exhibit that shows a 15-foot right-of-way on the Breeden property. I'm just using this as an example. But yet you can tell he's added something that is not on the original survey. The original survey, or let me say a retracement survey, is the surveyor following in the footsteps of the original surveyor. So my question becomes, what is this additional line out here? Why is my hand not showing on there?
Pause our time, please.
This line is not the same as this line. This is the line that's for the 15 feet. So something's being added here. So what is this line? Is that an easement limit line, or what is that line? And is that what's going to become or be shown on the plat? So I'm wondering if on these special circumstances with these rezonings that lead to plats, would the city be willing to remove the dedications on those and remove the utility easements, the 10-foot utility easements, so that we know that the objective of these things is not to take land? I say it's stealing, so that it's not to take land from people without them understanding that that's what's being done. Land has value, whether it's an apple out of my basket, a right that you take from me for my land, or whether you want that land fee simple absolute ownership of it. It all has value. And just compensation is supposed to be paid. You don't fool people into signing plats. If you want to look at the original survey, it's in the public records. That little line is not on here. That's a spoke that was added to the wheel. Why? I want to see the plats before they get signed and recorded.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, that takes us to resolutions. Would the city clerk please read resolution number 25-24?
Resolution number 25-24, a resolution adopting the 2026 Legislative Intergovernmental Program for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 25-24 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Next is proposed ordinances forwarded from committee. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-230?
Thank you. I move for second reading of Bill number 25-230, an ordinance exempting the City of Lee Summit, Missouri from the provisions of Section 311.2026 of the Revised Missouri Statutes regarding the extension of hours for liquor licensees to sell, serve, and allow the consumption of alcoholic beverages during the 2026 FIFA World Cup tournament.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to move to second reading, Bill number 25-230 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Major Walters.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Council, Mayor. I'm back here to discuss this ordinance again. As you all know, the statute allows liquor licensees to operate 24 hours a day and serve alcohol 23 hours a day between June 11th and July 19th for the World Cup tournament. But it also allowed the cities to pass their own ordinance to opt out or to modify extended drink service. Currently, our ordinance allows businesses to serve till 1:30 a.m. and close at 2 a.m. As requested by council, I attempted to obtain feedback from businesses who may have a vested interest in the revised statute. A business survey was created and was sent to businesses with current liquor licenses who had email information on file. I didn't receive many responses, and you guys should have that survey in your packet. It was sent to more than 100 businesses. We did receive 15 responses, though. I'm going to highlight just a couple of the things in the responses. Most of the respondents were located in the downtown core or the retail shopping district. The majority of the business are restaurants and bar establishments. 47% plan to utilize extended hours if allowed. Most would only extend hours when demand justifies it or would agree with a 3 a.m. being the most popular time. Additional security measures were discussed as well in the survey. Most of those businesses selected that it depended on cost on whether they would be able to do additional security measures. 87 supported venues requiring them to be in good standing if they wanted to be a part of the extended hours. And 64% said they would partner in safe riding programs or DUI prevention messaging. So, in addition, I met with Corey Day from the Lee Summit Visitors Bureau, Donnie Rogers from Downtown Lee Summit, and Tyler Banker with the Greater Kansas City Restaurant Association. These three individuals are well connected with our local businesses and advocated on their behalf, and they made the following recommendations for council and the police department to consider. They asked for extended alcohol sales and operations until 3 a.m. on limited dates. They wanted those dates to reflect USA Match Days and Fan Fest Days, which totaled about 18 days during the World Cup tournament. Those days were June 12th, June 15th, 16th, 17th, June 19th, 20th, 21st, June 24th through the 28th, July 2nd through July 4th, and July 10th through July 12th. We also discussed and they agreed that it would be good for council to consider an opt-in application so that the police department would know who was participating in the extended hours, and that all applicants must have a liquor license in good standing with the city and would be subject to approval by the police department, and that all applications may be, or permits may be revoked by the Director of Liquor Control at any time due to noncompliance or other public safety issues. So, I stand again here before you today, again making the same recommendation from the police department to opt out, but also giving you the consideration to look at what the businesses would like. So really, it's just, I'll leave it to you with any questions and.
Yep. I appreciate the report and the communication with them, and start with Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Captain Walters, for putting that survey together, sending it out, and having the conversations you did. So with these two options that you're saying here, so we would extend operating hours on these certain dates only, and only for people who apply and are approved?
Correct.
That's what we're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so on those dates, would that help us to be, I guess, not as short-staffed? Or are we still going to have the same constraints with staffing?
Staffing would still be the same. It would really just allow us to know that, the permits would allow us to know who and where these locations would be.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields?
So would it be, so right now they can be open until 2 a.m., serving until 1:30, and this would be open, serving until 2:30, open until 3, something like that?
It would depend on how you would want to write it.
But it's like
Yes.
basically just adding an extra hour for
Correct.
a few of these
Yes.
days?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I mean, to me, it seems like the impact of this, whether we pass it or don't pass it, is really limited. Like, there's probably not a lot of establishments that are going to opt into this just because of staffing and whatever, but like if they want to do it and it's not too much work to put this into place, like, it doesn't bother me, but it's an extra hour on 18 days. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's that big of an impact. So I don't know. If we want to go with these recommendations, would that be something that we need to send back to bring a new ordinance, or would we, this is probably a question for Mr. Head, or
I
direct staff to
I can
prepare the
answer that.
ordinance, or- Okay.
Because I thought this would be asked, I already worked with staff to prepare a substitute bill with these particulars already in place. And so Mr. Head does have that.
That is so helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. I would be fine with the substitute bill or not. It just really doesn't seem like that big of an impact. So curious what you guys think.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Funk, I accidentally clicked off your name, but you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be fine with the substitute bill. I think the limiting the days and an extra hour to give our folks an opportunity to gain some ground during the World Cup would be fine on these limited days. Thank you, Mayor.
If they opted in.
If they opt in, yes. Councilmember Hodges?
Oh, did you say me?
Yes.
I guess my question is, what is the point when I'm looking at the schedules? The latest game that we're going to be having here is 9 p.m. So I guess what is the purpose of?
So from my understanding, and we do have Corey Day is here. From my understanding, some of the transportation from Fan Fest would come back late. And so the thought is that maybe some of those people may want to visit some of our businesses for late night snacks or additional watching it in other countries. So.
Snacks, huh?
Snacks.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to, I will personally just stick with my original vote and just keep it as is. I don't see a need to drink any longer. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lovell?
Who handles the administration of the reach out and the opt-in?
What that would look like, sir, is we would communicate that with the businesses. The police department, we handle the permit, so we could create a World Cup permit, extended hours alcohol permit.
That'd be something like posted on the bar or something? Like
It would be posted on the city website. Most of these businesses already have to obtain a liquor license, so they would just obtain an additional permit for the extended hours.
And then they, that, like, notification goes out, they've got a certain time to respond to opt in by a date certain, like
Correct.
whatever.
In the substitute floor bill, we give them till June 5th, it's a Friday, to get their application in for approval.
Okay. I guess I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. I was certainly against, just the blank slate, which was originally going to be like 23 hours of being open. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have a problem with the substitute bill, but again, I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. I just don't want to add a bunch of there's the work of, just policing. I don't know what the effect of another hour has on that, but then just the administrative part of it. But so I guess that doesn't really help anybody, but I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you. Are other cities around us opting in or opting out? Like, would we lose business to other cities? Or?
I have, the only ones I do know, Kansas City is not opting out. They are letting their businesses stay open for the 23 hours for alcohol sales. Independence is doing a partial opt-out, similar. They are allowing their businesses to stay open for the 24 hours to operate as a business, but they cannot serve alcohol past the normal state statute of 1:30, 2 a.m.
Okay, thank you. I'm similar. I don't really feel strongly either way, I guess. I mean, if enough people want to vote for it, I would vote for opting in. Will it be, do you anticipate a lot of businesses trying to take advantage of this that do not register through you guys? Or
I don't know. There wouldn't necessarily be a charge or anything like that. It's really for us to be able to determine who's operating a little bit later so that we can manage our staffing and resources.
Okay. I mean, I'm good with, I guess, what would it be, opting in to the substitute ordinance?
It's basically a
Okay,
partial
opting out.
opt-out for the substitute
Okay.
bill, a partial opt-out.
Okay, I would be good with that if everyone else is supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader?
Thank you, Mayor. But Major Walters, you're saying the police department is recommending not to do it?
Correct. We still would recommend the opt-out, the full opt-out option.
And so, not to be redundant, but do you feel like you have a handle on what impact an hour would make for our police?
It's hard to say, especially without knowing if our hotels will be full, how many people will be in the area. I mean, we know that there's going to be a large influx of tourists to the area, but it's hard to say. But with FanFest being a location, I would say that there will be some impact for us as a police department.
And that's why you're recommending it, is that you maybe feel that
recommending the opt-out.
you won't have the capacity to be able to serve
Possibly. I mean, just the longer people drink,
Yeah,
the
sure.
more potential for problems.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And then you, Major Walsh, you said that, like Donnie Rogers and Corey Day, is this substitute bill in alignment with what they were communicating to you?
It is.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, I would support that. Councilmember Carlisle?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry for the second go-around here, but I think I could possibly be in support of a substitution, but I would like to see the language and let the public see the language first so that we can get any feedback with that substitute language.
Would you like it on the overhead, or how would you like to look at it?
I think she's saying she wants to put it in the packet for the next meeting. So that'd be in January. Is that okay?
Sorry to bring you back.
Oh, that's all right.
Mr.
Should be
Dunning?
easier.
Yes, that's fine, Mayor, and conversing with Mr. Head, the substitute bill is a significant change from what was proposed, so we wouldn't be able to fully act and adopt tonight anyway. So if you would prefer to put that in the packet for the next meeting so that it's there for the public, and then you all could digest it, and then take first action on that meeting, and then second reading and adoption at a future meeting, we can certainly make that happen.
No, let's don't do that. Let's put it in the packet. I just had the motion withdrawn and the second withdrawn. Does that work, Mr. Head?
We'll just introduce a whole new item.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Major Walters.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for engaging.
Absolutely.
Okay. That takes us to agenda item 8B. This is Bill number 25252. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read for second reading?
I move to second reading Bill number 25-252, an ordinance approving a specialized aviation service organization between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Barton Aviation, LLC for a period of 5 years with continuing options for renewal to perform aircraft washing and detailing services at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-252 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Bill's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Hodges, would you please?
I move for the adoption of Bill number 25-252, an ordinance approving a specialized aviation service organization between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Barton Aviation, LLC for a period of 5 years with continuing options for renewal to perform aircraft washing and detailing services at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-252 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read Bill number 25-253?
She gave it to me, if that's okay.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Move for second reading Bill number 25-253, an ordinance approving a specialized aviation service organization, SASO, between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Altas Aero, LLC for a period of 5 years and continuing options for renewal to perform aircraft washing and detailing services at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-253 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It moves to second reading unanimously. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you. I now move for adoption of Bill number 25-253, an ordinance approving a specialized aviation service organization, SASO, between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Altas Aero, LLC for a period of 5 years with continuing options for renewal to perform aircraft washing and detailing services at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-253 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Rader, would you please read Bill number 25-254?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to second reading Bill number 25-254, an ordinance warning the bid for project number 98731683 for the Cathodic Protection Program FY25 to Kantex Industries, Inc. in the amount of $1,796 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-254 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It moves to second reading. Councilmember Rader, would you please?
I move for adoption Bill number 25-254, an ordinance awarding the bid for project number 98731683 for the Cathodic Protection Program FY25 to Kantex Industries in the amount of $1,796 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-254 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-255?
Thank you. I move for second reading Bill number 25-255, an ordinance approving change order number 8 to the agreement for the 3rd Street improvements from Blue Parkway to Jefferson Street project number 575 between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Miles Excavating, Inc. to increase the project timeline by 2 days and contract amount by $16,392.81 and to adjust item quantities due to additional work from addendum number 1 and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-255 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That goes to second reading. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you. I now move for adoption of Bill number 25-255, an ordinance approving change order number 8 to the agreement for the 3rd Street improvements from Blue Parkway to Jefferson Street project number 575 between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Miles Excavating, Inc. to increase the project timeline by 2 days and contract amount by $16,392.81 and to adjust item quantities due to additional work from addendum number 1 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-255 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-256?
Thank you. I move for second reading Bill number 25-256, an ordinance approving change order number 6 to the agreement for the construction of project number 721-1 for the water main replacement FY23 project to Wiedenmann, Inc. for an increase in the contract price of $226,148.77 for a revised agreement amount of $4,826,907.19 and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-256 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Moves to second reading. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you. I now move for adoption of Bill number 25-256, an ordinance approving change order number 6 to the agreement for construction of project number 721-1 for water main replacement FY23 project to Wiedenmann, Inc. for an increase in the contract price of $226,148.77 for a revised agreement amount of $4,826,907.19 and authorizing city manager to execute the same.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to adopt Bill number 25-256 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill is adopted. Thank you. And Councilmember Lovell, would you please read Bill 25-257?
I move to advance second reading Bill number 25-257, ordinance approving intergovernmental agreement regarding maintenance of streetlights and by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission for North Outer Road 50 West, also known as Blue Parkway, located east of Blackwell Road, and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-257 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill moves to second reading. Councilmember Lovell, would you please?
I move for adoption Bill number 25-257, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement regarding maintenance of streetlights by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission for North Outer Road 50 West, also known as Blue Parkway, located east of Blackwell Road, and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-257 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Proposed ordinances, second reading. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 25-236?
I move for the adoption of Bill number 25-236, an ordinance approving a preliminary development plan for East Village Phase 1 on approximately 77 acres of land generally located at the southeast intersection of US 50 Highway and South Missouri 291 Highway, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-236 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Pryor. Discussion?
Mayor, I'll be recusing myself.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill is adopted 7-1, and 7 yeses, 1 no, and 1 recusal. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read Bill number 25-25, Bill number 25-237?
I think I'm going to take that one.
Okay,
if that's
Councilmember
Mayor.
Shields, please.
I move for adoption of Bill number 25-237, an ordinance approving the Project 2 East Village Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority LCRA redevelopment plan within the redevelopment area for the Highway 291 South Regional LCRA redevelopment plan pursuant to the Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority Act.
Thank you. A motion to adopt Bill number 25-237 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 7-1 with 1 recusal. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-238?
Thank you. I move for adoption of Bill number 25-238, an ordinance approving the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to adopt Bill number 25-238 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That also passes 7-1 with 1 recusal. Thank you all. And, oh my goodness, committee reports. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. The Legislative and Intergovernmental Relations Committee met this week sometime. And we discussed, again, having a federal, or I guess having somebody, I'm sorry? Okay. Having somebody at the federal level instead of only at the state level to look out for our interests. And we had been discussing this before and had talked about our current state level people partnering with somebody on the federal level for the time that we may need them. But we have found out in this week's meeting that our actual state people are, I guess, becoming federal people as well. So they will not only be advocating for us at the state level, but they could also advocate for us at the federal level and then partner with an individual group when the time may come for specific projects. So we asked for Mr. Head and our state group to get together and see what that might look like if we were to add it to our current contract, which is now less than a year out, so that we can have that. And then when it goes back out for re-upping the contract, goes back out in the RFP process, then we would add that to that RFP process as well. So just so everybody's in the know of what we think we might be doing. So when it comes to council, it's no big surprise for anybody. And if you have any opinions about that, please let us on the committee know. Thank you.
Thank you. Other committee reports? Okay, council comments? All right, staff roundtable.
Thank you, Mayor. For awareness, members from the International Association of Firefighters Local 2195 will be at Douglas and 3rd, and it's years and years and years of tradition where they collect donations from community members, and the purpose for that is those are charitable donations to our local nonprofits. So between December 18th and December 20th, you'll see members from IFF 2195 out there doing good for the community. So wanted to mention that. And on that note, it's our last meeting of the year, and wishing all happy holidays and happy New Year. And that's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I will ask Councilmember Shields to read us into closed session.
Pursuant to Section 61021(1) of the Revised Statutes of the State of Missouri pertaining to legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body and any confidential or privileged communication between a public governmental body or its representatives and its attorneys, I move to enter closed session.
Thank you. I have a motion to go into closed session by Councilmember Shields. I need and a second by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion?
No.
Seeing none, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Funk.
Aye.
Councilmember Rader. Aye. Councilmember Lovell.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Aye.
Member Carlisle.
Back there first. Aye.
Councilmember Shields.
Aye.
Mayor Baird.
Aye. Everybody have a good night and safe holiday season.